alone. Don't wanna see me go. Don't roll your eyes. Just leave things at the door. Drag your feet across the floor. You know I'm right. Don't roll your eyes. If I said I wasn't perfect, would it open up the curtains? Would it make you feel bad? Oh, trust me, babe, it's worth it. You're the only one that works it. Don't know what I did to deserve you. Cause you don't wanna be alone. Don't wanna see me go.
How are you? There you are.
Just leave things at the door. Try to beat across the floor. You know I'm right. Don't roll your eyes.
Hello.
See me go, don't roll your eyes. Just leave things at the door. Drag your feet across the floor. You know I'm right, right. Cause you're gonna be alone. Don't wanna see me.
Ow!
Don't roll your eyes.
It's a little too tight.
Just leave things at the door. Drag your feet across the floor. You know I'm right. Don't roll your eyes. Don't roll your eyes.
Spectrum TV makes sports easy. So
Hush. Okay, let's go. This song was just calling to me. I don't think I've heard this one. Going to check it out. It's called Alice. I like it so far. Oh, the violin. This is magical. Hair in my water. Get down. Rude. Wasteful, sir. Don't do it again. Get off my spot tonight. Thank you. I would like some elbow room. Water. I'm suddenly hearing. Under the sea, under the sea. I will check it out, Lemmy. Don't do it. I just said no. Damn it. Get down. Here you go. Motherfucker. Stay off the counter.
When I came on this mic, yeah, you knew it happened. And when I stepped up in here and started rapping, like at my shows, when I see their hands, they clapping. Like when I'm out at the street chilling with Sebastian. Yeah, now the phone rings, and who they calling? Cause know that when I'm stepping in, you know this dude is ballin'. But understand, like their hands, you know they throwing up. Cause you understand them Disney beats, we never
We do not dump spring water that I buy down the sink. Don't waste my shit. Piss the mermaid in me right off.
I could do it from my mind, yes, I'm willing it. And if you want it, you take it home like I do with this microphone. Yes, I'm in the zone, so you get it, cause this is how it goes. And I know you can sing along, cause this is how I flow. Like under the sea, yeah, under the sea, yeah. Darling, it's better down where it's better. Take it from me, take it from me. Under the sea, oh, under the sea, yeah.
This ring. It's made out of a fork.
It is better, you know I get you a time under the sea. Yeah, coming up for air, I've been under the sea forever. Darling, it's gotten better ever since we got together in that moment. When I started to dream, when I came to the stage, and I started to scream. Like this, see this the reason that we did it. We got too much to lose, then I go try you in it.
Oh, and P.S. I need to hydrate. I just fed them. I just gave them clean water. I just gave them everything that they could possibly need. So they're fine. Don't worry about it. But I want some elbow room and some clean water.
I'll catch you on the flip side. I'll catch this life and flip it. I feed on these time flies. I'm in it, own it, did it.
Next. I heard this one. Somebody's angry.
I know you got your problems, everybody's got them. You don't gotta change yourself for me. I feel it in nostalgia, feel it at the bottom. You don't gotta lose yourself for me.
Thank you.
Red sweaters and achy joints, frostbite weather and stony point. That's where
I even have a separate secondary rug right next to me that I don't stand on or use. It's legitimately just so he has a warm, soft spot to lay right next to me that's not directly under my feet. Because if he could stand in between my 2 feet, he would, but that's dangerous for both of us. So that's not effective. I look over and he just literally just wanted my attention. But stay out of my water with your booty, sir. Thank you.
saw you. That's where I saw you. Christmas lights and suits and ties. I picked you up from the wedding. That's where I saw you. That's where I lost you. Behind my eyes, I see the steeple. I can see all the lonely people. know you got your problems, everybody got 'em. You don't gotta change yourself for me. I feel it in this moment, feel it at the bottom. You don't gotta lose yourself for me. I know I got my problems, everybody's got 'em. You don't gotta change yourself for me. I feel it in this moment, feel it at the bottom. You don't gotta lose yourself for me.
Did you ask a question, Abigail? CNA.
Beat up, broken, dancing to a little four on the floor. High heels, teardrops, got it
I
up.
see you.
You don't
Congratulations
just
on that,
want
though. Take care of yourself.
walked up.
Good luck. I don't think you need luck.
Close up,
Good luck.
I can see the pain in your eyes.
Just study.
Crying,
Have faith in yourself.
and told me some days all you want is to die. Tell me, is that true?
And remember that the worst thing that can happen is that you have to take it over again. It's not a big deal. Just do your best. And don't worry about it. That's the worst case scenario. Which really isn't a big deal. So let's aim for best case. Good luck. You got this, girl.
What have you been through?
Oh, also, as for studying, if you needed an extra boost in studying, I'm just getting a download on this. Mr. Meeker used to do this. I don't know if this helps you or might help you, but if there was anything that he needed to really ingrain in his brain, he would take like a journal or sheets of paper, and he would write down the test answers, like, you know, like the questions, and go through the study material. He would write it down 3 times. He would go over the study material 3 times, write down each thing that he needed to know or remember. And by the time the test came around, something about writing it down for him 3 times made it stick in his brain. Disregard if that doesn't help or you don't think it will, but food for thought. I bet you got this anyway, though.
Tell me what they do. Who could ever let
He's
you
very
down?
smart guy.
Tell me bathroom, sexy. You looked up like you had something to say. You said, if you like me, you must have some ugly shit going on inside. And I said, I ain't felt the thing since I was 18. And look, I'm trying to keep it cool. Please don't break me. Cause I keep pushing
You're good.
people out
I
until
get it. I get
they hate
test
me.
anxiety.
And I start crying in your arms like a fucking baby. And you say, tell
But
me,
remember,
is that
I
true?
know I felt that. You're trying not to worry. But remember, the worst thing that could happen is that you retake the test. It's not like it derails your entire life or career. Like, it would not be... Like, the goal is to just go through and move through it, right? Successfully. Ideally the first time. But if the worst thing that could happen is that you take it twice, I'm like, I think you're doing pretty good. That would appease some anxiety for me. If that was the greatest barrier. But it's okay. It's okay. Feel how you feel. Yeah.
Tell me.
Oh, also, Here's another thing. If you fail the test, the worst thing that can happen is that you retake it, but it actually gives you a bit of specific focus on like what areas you might need to study extra on so that you can master it the next time. It just kind of pinpoints what parts of your learning that you need to strengthen, or what parts of the memory retention you need to strengthen. That's really kind of like a life hack at that point. You know exactly how to focus in and just knock it out the park the second time. So there's your pre-plan, but that's just a contingency. I aim for staying as grounded as you can, but remember, that's legit the worst situation that I can see right from this angle. There are much bigger problems that could be, but that's pretty mellow one. It's really more just like an emotional thing, I think. You got this though.
Maybe we're broken right from the start. Maybe we're made for falling apart. Maybe our problems all have a name. Who's there to blame? Nothing's the same. So tell me who.
Mock tests. That's right. I didn't actually play this. It started playing on its own, but I like it. Definitely a message behind that for sure. Also, you're saying mock tests, Netflix and chill. You mean knowing exactly what parts of learning might benefit from a bit of extra focus? As a contingency, mock tests, making a mock test out of it? Absolutely. Hello. Yes, I hope you're well as well. Thank you. All right. Oh, somebody's angry. Okay. Here. What was that other one? There was a message I got while I was in the shower earlier, a little while ago, and it was about toxic karmic energies trying to create blockages, or what was it exactly? I didn't jot this part down. Hold on. I did retain the songs though. They were trying to break her down. That's what it was. Break her down and like, I guess make her feel so broken she didn't reach for her goals, or reach for like a destined connection, or make her appear so broken that they felt like her divine partner wouldn't want her. But while I was getting that download, Divine Masculine's energy came through and interrupted that. This Divine Masculine frequency. And no, it's a particular masculine, but he was coming through with Broken by Lovely the band, and then also A Little Bit Better by Rosie and Caleb Hearn. So let's listen. Basically, he was saying, I don't care. They think that trying to hurt you and break you apart makes you undesirable to me. No, first of all, I see how strong you are. Look at how much you've survived. And they shouldn't have done that to you in the first place. In fact, in some cases I pick up that if he's not frustrated or like grossed out, disgusted, angered, or whatever the case may be, something along those lines, just disappointed with those people, he's sad for her, wanting to protect her and nurture her and love her. I heard something about like licking her wounds. I just want to take care of you. But also like the love that they have between each other, which goes into the next song that I'll play momentarily. That came right after I heard this. I heard them both in the shower. All of this was like in a 60-second period. It's like the love between them being very healing, and this level of trust developing and deepening between them that is unmatched because of what they put into it, because of the loyalty and the dedication they continue to put into the connection. He says we help each other. Or that's the energy I just picked up. We help each other. From the divine. Nonetheless, I like that you're broken like me. I could be lonely with you. I like that you're lonely like me. I could be lonely with you.
I like that you're broken like me. Maybe that makes me a fool. I like that you're lonely like me. I could be lonely with you. Met you late night at a party. Some trust fund babies, broken and loved by the bathroom. You said let's talk, but my confidence is wearing off. These are my people, these are my friends. She grabbed my face and that's when she said, I like that you're broken like me. Maybe that makes me a fool. I like that you're lonely like me. I could be lonely with you.
Oh, somebody's angry. It's karmic. You don't care. You don't care about what we've been doing, what we're doing. So I guess they're mad that I'm not triggered the way they want me. I just don't care about them. They're the ones who are so obsessed with me. What do you mean? Stop. Just relax. Like, go get some therapy or something, dude. What's wrong with you? Go away. Also, let's repeat this song, because I just found it, like, legitimately half an hour ago. Immediately before I came here, it popped up on my screen, and I noticed it. Well, see if you can guess who put this out. You won't, probably. It's one of our favorites here, though. Oh, it's a nasty female, Jezebel, female energy. Karma's but it doesn't matter. Check the song out. He just moved. You'll never guess who put this out, who mixed this. First of all, the song's called Alice, like Alice in Wonderland. Hello, you're in my tea corner now, first of all. Welcome to Alex's Wonderland. It's the same DJ who mixed this one. You'll never guess. I heard that, Damien, I heard you. I heard no fucking way. And you didn't say the fucking part, but I heard you. I heard somebody say no fucking way right in my ear hole. You don't have to censor yourself. kept a neutral lip. I gotta listen to it. They're so angry. I hear, I forgot about that for a second. Yeah. I hear, she's too good. None of our spell work's working. And they wanted me all worked up, I guess. Yeah, that didn't work out for you, did it? That didn't work out the way you thought it would, did it? Will Ferrell. Ready to blaze, guys. I think maybe I should change my lips to pink. Just take the red off. Looks like I could have used a different color paint. It's fine. Oh yeah. Cheers. I do prefer my fluids cat hair free. Ideally. But it's fine. It's caught in my hair. Fresh out of the sea. Won't you come taste me? Clear quartz. I'm on vacation. No obligations. But maybe we fall in love. Let the stars be our audience. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. You keep giving me elevator rides. Elevator rides. I'm not surprised. You're hypnotized. Going up and down. Elevator rides. Elevator rides. And looks could touch. No need to rush. Going up and down. Danny, ideally. No, never mind it. Cut your poison on jacuzzi. Let's risk it, it's worth it. I'm on vacation. Body princess in. Yeah, I will remember you. Naked and beautiful. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. You keep giving me elevator rides. Such a bop. Okay, so you heard broken. Then I also heard, he was saying, I like that you're broken like me. Maybe that makes me a fool. I like that you're lonely like me. I could be lonely with you. What was that? Thanks, John. A little bit better. But then this song was a follow-up, and this goes between both of them. It's talking about the mutual love between them and also like how it heals them.
I met somebody, selfless and kind. She's got a smile even when she isn't fine. She can be hurting, but she's got enough love to feel up to the sea. I met somebody, stays up at night. I see her worry and she sees all of mine. I met somebody, she really loves me, says I'm all she needs. And I grew up thinking I would have to fight all of this alone. But now you hold me in the darkness, hold me till it hurts, that's you. Tell me that I'm alright, show me where the light shines through. Please stay, love me through the weather. Please say this will be forever. Hold me in the darkness, even when it's hard with you. It's a little bit better. I met somebody gentle and smart. He underestimates the size of his heart. He can be laughing, but he's got enough pain to fill up New York City. I met somebody so full of scars. The world's on his shoulders, but he won't fall apart. I met somebody, he really loves me, says I'm all he needs. And I grew up thinking I would have to fight all of this alone. But now you hold me in the darkness, hold me till it hurts, that's you. Tell me that I'm alright, show me where the light shines through. Please stay, love me through the weather. Please say this will be forever. Hold me in the darkness, even when it's hard with you. It's a little bit better. I grew up thinking I would have to fight all of this alone. But now you hold me in the darkness, hold me till it hurts, that's you. Tell me that I'm alright, show me where the light shines through. Please stay, love me through the weather. Please say this will be forever. Hold me in the darkness, even when it's hard with you. It's a little bit better.
Lovely poetry. I just got another vision. I always cry at weddings. from my chest.
Bounce back when I lost grip. Follow us on the city side. What you think I done for? What you think I'm next on? Well, I'm just trying to move along. Cut deep when I'm still alive. I'm talking my shit till the day I die. 'Cause, oh baby, I live. Oh baby, I shine. Cut deep when I'm still alive. I'm talking my shit till the day I die. Oh baby, I live. Oh baby, I try. I'm about to call the damn rocket. How you bleed when you try? I'm about to call the. Oh baby, I try.
I'm about to call the damn ruckus. Dirty cops gonna get motherfuckers.
How you sing when you can't trust them? Oh Jesus, please let me feel something. I swear I have to be alone. I swear I don't pick up the phone. I just keep moving till I know. We're all just trying to see the sun. Cut deep when I'm still alive. I talk my shit till the day I die, girl. Oh baby, I live. Oh baby, I try. Cut deep when I'm still alive. I talk my shit
Until the day I die.
oh baby, I live. Oh baby, I try. But behind the wall.
Oh, I'm so tired of people. Not high enough for their bullshit, sir. Somebody's just giggled. Yep. So sharp. No.
I don't know why I can't quite get you out my sight. You're always just behind. You start to cross my mind. Keep crawling back to where we last left our love on hold. I'm always out for more. So what you waiting for? Wait before you burn me to the ground. But please stay till the beat of my heart runs out. I don't wanna let go, 'cause I've been trying to hold on for too long. I feel like I'm lost without a trace. Take my heart and run away. She said, I've been looking for a lasting love. Save me from every single heartache and heartache. I feel like I'm lost without a trace. Take my heart and run away. She said, I've been looking for a lasting love. One by one night, two by twice, I've watched all my loves move on to something more. Open out the door. Caught in between every passing hour. Oh, please stay
Until the face that I runs out. Can I tell you something? Those of my regulars here, does anybody remember a few months ago when I got this vision and I burst out crying, and it was the first time I told you about the crying at weddings thing. It was a few months ago. I was wearing blue. Remember? You remember that? Well, you remember like a couple of days ago, I kind of teared up a little bit because I got another vision, and it was so I had the first vision, right? The first vision was in particular of a wedding dress. Well, I had it made. And the second vision the other day was of the first dance. I was hearing music with it too. And I just had another vision of the second dress. Well, that one I already had made. Yeah. But I had another secondary part to that one just a few minutes ago. Somebody says, why? Because I jump when God tells me to jump. Just wanted to clarify that Anakin and Ghost Anakin are two separate people. Ghost Anakin's been here longer. I don't know if that's a troll account or like a Stan account. I don't know what that is. But Ghost Anakin has been on here recently. I don't know if I believe you that you're the same. Maybe. But that's exactly what a troll would say, too. Maybe. But I remember Ghost Anakin's account being here for many months, and then suddenly this one started to pop up. And I asked before, I'm like, I asked you that the last time you came here, and I didn't get a response from you, which was a little bit sketchy. Then this account disappeared. Suddenly Ghost Anakin's back. And then this one is here. Now, very possible for Ghost Anakin to come back and then switch between accounts. Sometimes I do that between my accounts too. Yeah. No, that sounds like Ghost Anakin. To be honest, that response. Chill, Seraph. That sounds like Ghost Anakin response. It's a possibility, but also we've seen trolls try to come up and like pretend to be friendly for whatever reason that they're doing it. Getting information, I don't know, trying to prove something, whatever. I did. Ghost Anakin, you still. Okay. I love you. I just wanted to make sure nobody was impersonating you. But when you responded, chill, sir. Chill, sir. I'm like, oh no, that's Ghost. Yeah, I don't know. I remembered that last situation and I wasn't about to let anybody step on your toes just in case. Mystery solved, yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna flash the mystery machine from Scooby-Doo. Oh, so evil. So evil. Better be careful, I might cast a spell on ya. What do you mean? How are you going to tell me to chill out when you came in here to try to stir the pot and tell me I looked evil because I was laughing? What's wrong with you? No, Ghost, you have nothing to apologize for. Oh, you know what? Moonwater sounds like a great idea, actually. Anybody want to join us? Oh, Denham Thomas, just relax. Smoke a joint or, I don't know, do some yoga and relax. Do something productive. Oh, look, we got crankies in the chat now. Moonwater. So if you take moon, like just a container of water, preferably a clear one, but and you set it out in the moon, the concept is that it pulls the frequency from the moon and it does fade over time, right? So ideally drink it relatively soon within you know, making the moon water, but you drink it and it's like getting a charge from the moon even when there's not a full moon, just because it's in the water. Moon charged water. Oh. Done with these dimensions. No. Maybe you should get some, maybe you should talk to somebody. Ducks. Get out of here. It's called Break My Bones by Matt Hansen. Really, it's like a song about narcissistic abuse.
When you say my name, you don't say it right. Sometimes I pray when you say goodnight, 'cause you might be gone when I turn on the lights, and the demons you know, they've taken your eyes. Now we're alone with the quiet, you've stolen mine. Led to the depths by a sign of a tragic mind. Break my bones, just leave my spirit alone. Save myself, 'cause nobody else could help. Why are we stuck in? Oh no, also, Ghost, if anybody should check in and say, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry I questioned you. The second you responded, I knew it was.
I just have so much love for you. I didn't want anybody to be trying to impersonate you. That would piss me off. Pissing me off.
See the curtains and the fading light.
Thank you.
Even through the torture, it's the hardest goodbye. And I hope you find it before it slips away. 'Cause I know you had it. You've just lost your way.
Herbs, oh no, unhinged by, ooh, ew, yuck, no, you stop that. It's like toxic X energy trying to do spell work. No. You don't want me to call your name out. I know who you are, and I know what you're doing, Blondie. Meanwhile, you sit up and do spell work on the full moon and be like an obsessed fucking freak all night. 11:11. Cut that shit out. Stay seated. Cameron. Good God. Cause you wanna be close and hinged. Your love isn't like anything that you think. I felt it and saw it. No. It's not a gift, it's a burden. I'm sick of it. Pick someone else for the game that you're playing. He used to tell me that I reminded him of the Morrigan, which is a goddess of a number of things, including war and death and destruction, but also prophecy. So don't fuck with me or I will destroy you. Is the message behind that. She's a number of things. But war, fate, death, sovereignty also. Don't push the queen around or she will dispose of you like an unruly peasant. Okay. However, she is said to have helped the Tuatha De Danann in the battle against the Fomorians and the evil eye demon Balor. Thank you. I know what you're doing. However, guess what? Sovereignty, right? Sovereignty, yeah. He was close, but he missed the mark on that. Oh, yes, but no. Yes. But also, the bloodline that I currently carry, the royal blue blood that I currently carry, ties back to the Tuatha De Danann, the royal Fae lineage. Thank you. Cause I'm done. It's not a gift, it's a burden. I'm sick of it. Pick someone else for the game that you're playing. Cause I'm done. You lied about to all your friends. You tried to say I'm the mess. Meanwhile, you drunk down my phone in the middle of the night when you're all alone. And you drove me crazy. Kept me close with a maybe when you really meant 'cause I'm done. To all your friends, you try to say I'm possessed. Meanwhile, you jump down my phone in the middle of the night when you catch the drift. Motherfucker gets no more attention and energy. But I did hear this earlier. And I like this one. I don't know what it's supposed to say. Is that supposed to say telepathy? Yes, I am also telepathic.
What makes you angry inside?
What makes... See, here's my toxic trait. I expect people to have common sense, and then sometimes I pop off when they don't.
What makes you feel good? What makes you angry inside? Why don't you love me?
Tell elephant.
Or do you wanna fuck me? Go fight. You never asked me if I had something to hide. You wanna hurt me. I'll make it easier tonight. You got to stay scared. Don't you, girl? You got to stay real. While you can, you got to stay hungry for the pain. They'll try to burn you alive. They'll try to burn you faces rotten. Ugliest smile I have seen. Your name's forgotten. Go on and cut yourself clean. Why won't you answer? You think you're better than me? Oh, surrender. Another suicide team. You got to stay scared. Don't you, girl? You got to stay real. As you were, you know we are living. You're fucked up. And they're trying to burn you alive. They're gonna burn you alive.
Goodness gracious.
Don't you, girl? Got to stay pretty while you can. You know we are living in this fucked up world. And they're gonna burn you all up. They're gonna burn you all out.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, Damien. Like, seriously. Guess what just started autoplaying? A binaural beat to purify yourself from people's bad energies and toxic traits. Evil eye protection. I'm gonna keep that on. Just quiet it. Agree. What's up? Yeah, I thought so too. I didn't play this. Psycho by New Medicine. Yeah, we suddenly had some psychos come up in the chat. Lurking and otherwise. Who is that that reminds me of? It's like Godstone?
She looks sweet, but underneath she got a freaky little side. She's a keeper cause her features are just all one of a kind. You can see it in her eyes, got those secrets that she hides. Got a dirty little mind, she's so perfectly designed. Once you see her, damn it's over. She don't wear now, she the owner. She's so dark, color October. Got a body of a donor. I just wanna be inside. I just need her for a night. She deserves to be a freak. I know that I could treat her right. Yeah, she a baddie, a little bratty, but it's all good cause she a savage. That call me daddy, I gotta have it. She ain't easy, believe me, but if she likes you, she freaky. Got sexy eyes, looking sleepy. She'll give you just what you need. And we like late nights, turn off the lights, all black, red stripes, all flex. It's my type, want it, get high, turn on, just right, don't stop, she right. She looks sweet, but underneath she got a freaky little side. She's a keeper cause her features are just one of a kind. You can see it in her eyes, got those secrets that she hides. Got a dirty little mind, she's so perfectly designed. Once you see her, damn it's over. She don't rent now, she the owner. She's so dark, color October. Got a body of a donor. I just wanna be inside. I just need her for a night. She deserves to be a freak. I know that I can treat her right.
Hey America, want to save $1,000?
Okay, the Magician came out, which is Gemini Virgo energy. It's talking about alchemizing a situation. Also, there's a dragonfly on the corner of that. That's absolutely, for me, that pops up when my Auntie Kim shows up. That would be my Nana Rose's daughter. So, ancestral support. She loved those. Five of Swords, also overcoming whatever battles and challenges were thrown. Turning things in our favor. By our favor, I mean the King and the Queen of Pentacles, so the divine masculine and feminine. They couldn't keep people apart. They were trying, or I know that's one of the things that they were doing, if not to affect the self-love and growth in people, then their ability to see each other clearly. trauma trying to make people feel so broken was about earlier, so that they couldn't recognize themselves or each other. So, there's that. Let's do dragonflies are, spiritually speaking, very powerful totems and creatures. Do you know why? Dragons are, I mean, yes, the lifespan of an individual dragonfly is only 25 hours, but dragonflies were around when the dinosaurs were around, meaning they survived the extinction when the dinosaurs did not. Some of their eggs managed to survive, and they managed to yeah, chilling. What's up? Anyway, rekindle is here, but I've been picking up past life energies all week, so this could be from a past life coming back together. Yeah, see, look, marriage and a baby carriage. Mirroring the reading I did last night. And then pendant's moving by itself. It's not moving by itself. Something's moving it. Lasting love. Physical. I've been looking for a lasting lover. Physical connection. I hear there's no way that this says this. Yes, this is the lasting love card. And then physical connection. So there's union that's coming through. There will be quickly, I would say, if that's showing up. You're worthy, right? They wanted to make the light workers feel like they were unworthy of love, or like even just self-love. No. Sweet dreams. No, something's moving it. Yes, like someone's pulling on it. That's something. I would call Archangel Michael and just make sure that it's positive. Spirit or your highest ancestors. Physical connection, lasting love, rekindle marriage. Benefit of the doubt. Manifesting the one. The white dress. Oh, that kind of looks like the second dress. It's in process right now. Actually, rekindle. I clipped my nails off. I'm getting ready to redo them. Yeah, it's been like a decade for me. But it's important to keep your energy clean. Freedom. Because condoms don't protect against spiritually transmitted demons. I didn't make that quote up, but it's true. Time apart. Guided steps to great love. It's like if you deal with somebody that has a lot of attachments, it's like a transference. Or like a demon, like the body hopping. No, they should be. There's no reason for men not to or feel ashamed of doing that. It's a good way to get in touch with themselves, first of all. No pun intended. I wasn't speaking literally in that case, but internally, especially when no one else is pulling at their energy field. And they're not like giving their energy away. It's the same thing for females. So if you just sleep with someone or someone comes and sleeps with you and then they've taken off and you've given them your time, your energy, your love, maybe they felt boosted and better, and then when they left and they took off or they did whatever they did next, you felt drained. There's a reason for that. Then you don't have the energy to do other things, or they are like you have to kind of try to recalibrate or refocus from, you have to sort out the mess that they made and or left. It's a transference, and that's what they want. It's energy vampirism. Well, right, love language, acts of service. Yeah, no, they didn't do that. It's like they just sleep with people and then dip, or take what they want and leave people drained. There's no reciprocity. There's no real love there. So this connection is about having burning desire, freedom. It's being free to have been looking for lasting love. My ear just started ringing. Something about psychic connection and physical connections, both. I just heard Divine Masculine say, I want to help you. Rendezvous just popped out at the top. Best friend. Physical touch. Love language. This connection is about mutual reciprocity, though. Workplace romance just popped out also. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Thank you, God. Self-love. So, make a point to take good care of yourselves. How? Meditate. Create a routine. I was just thinking, I need to eat. I need to break a fast. Celebration, born to stand out, kindness. Don't dim your light to make other people feel comfortable. I also have mentioned the celibacy gives you time to know yourself. A lot of times people are looking for connection with other people because they don't like their own thoughts. They're too afraid to sit with themselves, let alone understand or know themselves on a deep level. So they chase these shallow connections, and they'll be with anybody just to be with somebody because they're lonely and or bored, and they don't like the inside of their own head. Instead of healing and doing the shadow work or whatever it is that they need to do, they go and they usually leave a trail of damage wherever they go. Live your dream. Don't let people try to tear you down. Nutrition. Need to break a fast. Focus on, for the next 30 days. Either you could do like, make a point to really watch your nutrition for the next month, or do like, this could be like the whole 30. The whole 30. It's a style of eating. Oh, sleep and rest, right? And validate your past. It's okay. It's not our fault that people were nasty. That was their choice. But it happened, and we have to acknowledge it sometimes, and then we get to, wow, was that fresh start that's trying to pop out? Nope, that's glow up. Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons they're mad, isn't it? This whole 30 or this 30-day challenge that can also be about like really buckling down to finish a goal or complete or accomplish a goal, or a project, or like there's something about you're just knuckling down and getting something done. Ask your angels. Focusing too much on one situation, I need to step back. What about that? I hear don't stress. Find a routine, a healthy routine. You're charming. Challenge yourself. You can do it. 30-day challenge. Past life connection. I told you I was picking that up. Have faith. So they couldn't stop this divine connection from coming through and through. They wanted to. They tried to. Music and balance. I hear another one. Speak up. I told you. Fresh start. Balance. Music. Past life. No, that's speak up, rather. Fresh start. Okay. There's that. Here it is. Did anybody else just hear that click in my speaker? Is that hacking? Yeah, bitch, you in my laptop now? Don't do that. Don't do that, Crystal and Cameron. That better not be fucking you. We'll see if I keep hearing the distortion. Better stay the fuck away from me. I don't think you understand how much trouble you're in. I'm being called to be quiet. God said be quiet. You'll figure it out. It'll just be the hard way and too late. I heard that. Hard head, soft ass. Spiritual ass whooping for you. Divine. A divine steel-toed boot right up the patootie. Better bend over and kiss the floor. I mean. Sky Daddy. These nasty people are trying to be mean to me again. God says, put on your, straighten your crown and handle it like the queen I taught you to be. Don't worry, I will.
What did I do to deserve you?
Patootie.
I follow your steps with my feet.
Little tushy.
Walk on the road.
God's gonna kick your little booty.
I need you to know that I heard you. Every word. I've waited way too long to say.
No. They will not like that.
Everything you mean to me.
When God
And
kicks their behind with a steel-toed boot so hard they start choking on it through the other side, I don't think so. Hard head makes a soft ass. Soft. Means if you want to be stubborn when you're wrong, you're going to learn the hard way and it's going to hurt.
You don't live forever, let me tell you now. I love you more than you'll ever.
And you know what?
wrap your
I do remember, it was like a decade ago, but I vaguely remember Cameron trying to tell me or telling me one day that it's after he'd gotten in some kind of trouble or something. I don't remember what it was, but he's something about him having to learn to figure things out on his own and like do things. He had to learn the hard way to learn. Yeah, well, you're gonna learn, aren't you? You don't want to listen. That's fine. That's fine. He also told me he has an auditory processing disorder, which is, I'm not making fun of that, but it makes sense as to why he doesn't want to hear my words when I tell him how badly he's fucking up, and he has to come to that conclusion once he's already fucked up so badly. It's not like I didn't warn you, dude. I did. You just didn't want to listen or claimed you couldn't hear me. I remember.
In case you don't live forever, let me tell you the truth. I'm everything I am because of you.
Like, what is wrong with you? All of you. Go home, Roger.
I've carried the song in my mind. Listen, it's echoing.
Maxie. Remember and won't forget. Right. You get knocked down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. No, you're never gonna keep me down. Oh, I hear that. That's cute. I like that one. Oh, that's super cute.
I know sleep is friends with death, but maybe I should get some rest. Cause I've been out here working all damn day. Blueberries and butterflies, the pretty things that greet my eyes. When you call and I say I'm on my way. You and me belong together like cold iced tea and warm weather. We lay out late underneath the pines and we still have fun when the sun won't shine. You and me belong together all the time. Spilling wine and homemade drinks, we throw a cheers, the worries sink. Damn it, it's so good to be alive. We know that we don't got much, but then again, it's just enough to always find a way for a good time. You and me belong together like cold iced tea and warm weather. We lay out late underneath the pines and we still have fun when the sun won't shine. You and me belong together. This love is all we need. Oh, we've got so much. You and me belong together like cold iced tea and warm weather. Where we lay out late underneath the pines and we still have fun when the sun won't shine. You and me belong together all the time. Goes on and on and on. Goes on and on and on. Goes on and on and on.
Cheers. Oh, somebody's angry. Oh, you know what I was hearing earlier? Let's pull it up at least. Karmic says, I hate her, that fucking bitch. Why does she have to be so good at everything she does? Yeah, speaking of which, let's do that. Make my space a little bit. To light some sage. And I probably should break this fast pretty soon. I did a bunch of cooking earlier, but I didn't eat. Oh dear, but my cooking is done. Let's do that one. It's almost midnight.
I got my eggs and my pancakes too. I got my maple syrup, everything but you. I break the yolks and make a smiley face. I kinda like it in my brand new place. I wipe the spots up off the mirror, don't leave the keys in the door. I'll never put my towels on the floor anymore, 'cause dreams last for so long, even after you're gone. I know that you love me, and so you must think you were meant for me, and I was meant for you. I called my mom, she was out for a walk, and sold a cup of coffee, but I didn't want to talk, so I picked up the paper. It was more bad news. My heart's being broken, or people been used. Put on the card in the pouring rain. I saw a movie, it just wasn't the same, 'cause it was happy, I was sad, and it made me miss you. Oh, so bad, 'cause dreams last for so long, even after you're gone. I know that you love me, and so you think you were meant for me, and I was meant for you. I go about my business, I'm doing fine besides. What would I say if I had you on the line? Same old storyline, much to say. Hearts are broken every day. I brush my teeth, I put the cap back on. I know you hate it when I leave the light on. I pick up a cup and turn the sheets down and take a deep breath. And I go look around, put on my PJs and hop in bed. I'm half alive, but I feel mostly dead. Trying to tell myself I'll be alright. I just shouldn't think anymore tonight, 'cause dreams last for so long, even after you're gone. I know that you love me, and soon I know you will see you were meant for me. I was meant for you. Yeah, you were meant for me. I was meant for you.
Cheers. I heard that. Like a mouse. Like a mouse. Oh, I guess I do. I kind of do have ears.
Watching you, watching me. I find a way to fall asleep. The neighbors fight as we both rest our eyes. Hands in the falling snow, numb to the winter cold. But we don't mind, 'cause we'll get warm inside. You're the reason I come home. You're the reason I come home, my love. You're the reason that when everything I know falls apart, you're the reason I come home. Paper doll silhouettes and fingertips on window glass. The streets asleep, so I breathe.
Thank you. One love and
deep.
blessings.
The tragedies of chemistry. Will people dream of what you and me have found? Effortlessly. But you're the reason I come home. You're the reason
I forgot about that. Remember, I asked you about the second account earlier, Anakin, and I asked that because there's actually somebody made an account, a fake account of me years ago, and there's one on there with the username Sandra Unstoppable, which is hilarious because they put a picture of me on it. That's not funny, but it sounds like Kim Possible. Sandra Unstoppable with my face. It's not my profile though. If you ever see that, it's not me.
come home, my love.
I had to check, and
You're the reason that when everything I know falls apart,
they were definitely right about the unstoppable part.
I come home. For a long time I remember saying prayers for something perfect, saying prayers for someone kind. It's in my head, we're spinning circles down the avenues instead.
Trying to remember where that account
You're
was.
the reason I come home. You're the reason I come home, my love.
Quite funny
You're the reason that when
Oh, what the fuck?
everything I know falls apart,
though.
you're the reason I come home. You're the reason I come home.
The specific line about for the first time in a long time. He's saying, I remember saying prayers for someone perfect, saying prayers for someone kind. Like he prayed for her. He feels like God sent her. He said, I was waiting for you. No, that's funny because I have this pulled up right now, actually. That makes sense, I suppose. In correlation. Oh, look! They hit another. Whoops. The last time I noticed the numerology on the account, it was 122. Now it's 123. So, first of all, yay for growth. Second of all, 123 is a progression number in numerology. It means progressive steps forward in the right direction. So, good on you, darling.
gates. 'Cause I have paid my penance, calling you out in time for judgment day. Somehow in my fate turns out the gods we thought were dying were just sharpening their blades. Have you been waiting long for me?
Having trouble breathing. Let's stretch, that'll help.
I am the final dawn.
Leave the past behind. Leave the past. This is a full moon reading. Leave the past behind. Find balance. Believe in your good luck. It's Capricorn. Balance. Libra. My daughter's a Libra. Thank you. Reveal what needs to be seen. Let your fears dissolve. Breathe through the tension. I feel it. I feel it. And it's like a nasty karmic, angry karmic energy trying to come through Sagittarius. But it doesn't matter what they're doing, because on the other side of it, they have failed in advance. And we move through successfully, right? Take a reality check. That's also Capricorn, coming from a very grounded perspective rather than this impulsive, toxic fire sign energy. They just tried to suck the oxygen out of the room and the air out of the air sign's lungs. Attend to the details, and I told you I've been Virgo in me, dotting I's, crossing T's. The 30-day, it's like a whole 30 for nutrition, but you can also do it to your life. Just really focus on cutting out the things that you know are not good for you. Really focusing on almost like tunnel visioning to get your goals, not to crush people, right? But to embrace the flow of life, to make sure that your goals are met, your needs, your goals, or whatever it is that you need to do to release the past and move forward. Attend to the details just came out again. Virgo. My Nana was a Virgo. Nana Rose. Also. Yeah, especially with these karmic energies coming up. Sagittarius and Leo just popped out. Focus on the positive instead, and don't make yourself small, but make other people feel comfortable. Go wild. But also lighten up. Take a reality check, right? Take scope and stock of everything for what it is, not what people were trying to project. Look, Aquarius. I was talking about Mr. Meeker being very smart. He's also an Aquarius sun. Reflect on your priorities, so that focus, tunnel vision, focus on reaching your goals. This could be a relationship too, actually bring it into the fore. For some people, or clearing out things that were blocking you, even from just tuning into your own emotional state. Maybe. Lighten up though, popped out. Lighten up. Anything else? I feel like we're good with this.
What good is all this talk?
I love the strings. Oh. That made me emotional.
It took some real problems to make me stronger and see the trauma that's been holding me back. Every time I fall and I got a quicker in my skin sticker on me trying to hide that. I wake up, weights on my ankles, who I was, still got me strangled. I lose touch when it gets too much. Something pulls me back from the edge. Tried to blame it on genetics, too much copacetic. Got some deep, deep lows, but I try to keep aesthetics. Know some things and I regret it, but I'm not apologetic. Cause every day's they come and go. It took some real problems to make me stronger and see the trauma that's been holding me back. Every time I fall and I got quicker in my skin sticker on me trying to hide that.
I've had people trying to kill me.
So many reasons, trying to find something to believe in. I'm so reckless, nothing to lose. Working progress, so much to prove. Yeah, I'm real broken. I've been fixed like you do, but I just keep reminding myself. It took some real problems to make me stronger and see the trauma that's been holding me back. Every time I fall and I got a quicker in my skin sticker on me trying to hide that. Real problems, I got real problems. 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 I ain't trying to hide that. I'm so reckless, I got nothing to lose. A work in progress, I got so much to prove. And I am real broken. I've been beat black and blue. Every day is a test, and I keep reminding myself. It took some real problems to make me stronger and see the trauma that's been holding me back. Every time I fall, I got I met your demons, but they do not scare me. I know there'll be angels once they learn to fly. I've seen all your seasons, your cold February. I know you'll be blooming in a matter of time. What I'm saying is I get you, nothing we can get through. If I see you going down that road, then I won't let you. I'll catch you, no matter how low you fall. 'Cause the best of me loves the best of you, and all the rest I can see right through. You trusted me and I trust you too. 'Cause the best of me loves the best of you. You see my dark side, you dance with my shadow. You never run from the fight. Now I'll be your ally through all the battles. And I know it'll be alright. What I'm saying is you know me, wrestle with the old me. Save me in my last when you had to do is for me, console me. No matter how I fall. 'Cause the best of me loves the best of you.
Am I tired of having fresh, clean laundry all the time? No. No, I'm not tired of that. In fact, I just pulled my yoga. I did a bunch of laundry today. I just pulled my yoga mat out of a bathtub where it was soaking and cleaning, so that's all nice and fresh too. What do you mean? You just throw away your clothes after you're done wearing them once? No. Things last a long time if you take care of them. Silly goose. Also, I don't know if it was a particular type or like what, but I picked up some more of these recently. And I don't know if the quality's just changed or they started using different fabric, but these are older and the quality is much better. I don't know what happened. I'll have to check in and do some research with the company. But if they've just changed the fabric and that's what it is now, I will not be getting any more. So yeah, I'll wear these until they've got holes in them, probably. Close to it. Because why not? They're perfectly intact. What do you mean? Also, this, I've got 2 of these. So not only do I do laundry every day, but I've got 2 of these. Even when one's dirty, I've got a clean spare. And same thing with the green one. I've got a double of the green one too. Kind of looks blue on camera sometimes, really gray, but it's actually green. The rest I can see right through. You trusted me and I trust you too. 'Cause the best of me loves the best of you. No, I already got him. The user's gone at this point. But they do not scare me. I know there'll be angels once they learn to fly. Yeah, I'm telling you, the best of me loves the best of you. All the rest I can see right through. You trusted me and I trust you too. 'Cause the best of me loves the best of you. Heard it. All right, let's do a little palette cleanser It's not really a palette cleanser, but yeah, we'll just shift and unwind a little bit. Ooh. Except for this just popped up at the top of my feet. I have to play it.
Baby, what you got can make me fall in love, and I don't know what it is. You remind me of drugs, and I don't know what got it, but it got me weak. You on my mind when I sleep, can't get you out of my dreams. Baby, what you got can make me fall in love, and I don't know what it is, but it reminds me of drugs. I don't know what got me, but it got me weak. You on my mind when I sleep, can't get you out of my dreams at all. What is it that you do different? You gon' take me out my pimpin', yeah. It must be something I'm missing, yeah, yeah. 'Cause you bring me down, you give me a smile. Something about your loving, baby, I need it around. Gotta give me something, you don't give me nothing, yeah, yeah. Just give it to me, baby. What you got can make me fall in love, and I don't know what it is, but it reminds me of drugs, and I don't know what got me, but it got me weak. You on my mind when I sleep, can't get you out of my dreams at all. You know I tried it, at times I died. For you I slide, Bonnie and Clyde, yeah. Stay by my side, come be my bride and come be my wife. Yeah, I'm talking about love, I just need enough. Let me be your lover, baby, I can be your love. Talking about another one, I don't need another one. Yeah, 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 just give it to me, baby. What you got can make me fall in love, and I don't know what it is. You remind me of drugs, and I don't know what got me, but it got me weak. You on my mind when I sleep, can't get you out of my dreams at all.
Kind of let that play too. And probably that's it. Maybe find a true crime or something.
Might be better off without you.
Hear that clicking?
There's too many people around you. All these vultures that surround you, they don't know nothing about you. So gorgeous,
And you
make me feel gorgeous. Ooh,
You're
so gorgeous,
and you
make me feel gorgeous. Nobody understands you.
'Cause you
Ain't nothing they can handle.
But
Every man you put your hands on,
you
make 'em feel so goddamn handsome. I feel, ooh, so
pretty
whenever you're around.
and
I
I
feel, ooh, so
pretty 10 feet off the ground.
so gorgeous,
And
you make me feel gorgeous. Ooh, so gorgeous,
And
you make me feel gorgeous. We are young, we are free, like renegades, like James Dean. Beat the drum, sing off He set me free. Set me free. 'Cause you're so gorgeous. You make me feel gorgeous. Ooh, so gorgeous. 'Cause you make me feel gorgeous. Oh, so gorgeous.
Yeah.
'Cause you make me feel gorgeous.
Toodles.
So gorgeous. 'Cause you make me feel gorgeous. You're so gorgeous.
No, I had a weird vibe about that account
Make
earlier.
me feel gorgeous.
Thought it was weird that a random popped through when it's been pretty much just the normal, like the regulars for a bit. Just a little strange.
You make me feel gorgeous.
But I was watching. Probably a troll. I don't really care. Not relevant.
The one that you caught on film.
Oh, I like this one too. I'm going to let it play, but I'm going to cap it after this.
Wanna put my hands on your waist. Wanna dance slow in the room with the lights dim. At night time we lie awake. I don't wanna go to sleep now cause I like this. Gonna spend the night at your place. Looking so pretty like your face is a paragon. Please stay, don't go away. Same chick that's in the sprint, it's a marathon. Yeah. 'Cause I wanna be there when you need it the most. I feel so hollow when I can't keep you close. No. 'Cause I wanna be there when you don't need me at all. Let me be the one that you let me be the one that you call. Oh, that you call. Let me be the one that you the one that you call. By far, you're the highlight of my days. Open up your eyes in the morning, I get lost in them. I can never lie about it, babe. I love the shape and the shade, looking God-given. We could put the fire on a game. Lay down in the rain, plan a life and a future. I could give you my name, my love.
I see that. I love you guys.
'Cause I wanna be there when you need it the most. I feel so hollow when I can't keep you close. 'Cause I wanna be there when you don't need me at all. Let me be the one that you call. Let me be the one that you call. The one that you call. Let me be the one that you the one that you call.
Love you guys. Mr. Ballin. Oh, this is a little longer than I thought. It's fine. One of these people is hiding something. I'm curious. Who's lying? Who's lying this time?
It's ultimately about this
What's
person
up?
who is so set on making a change in their lives that they take
Let's get a
drastic
snack and a roll
measures
pack.
to affect that change, with some very
Fortunately, I'm
unfortunate
done cooking.
consequences. The second story is about this town in California where there was this perceived threat, and it was sort of normalized, and people were not that worried about it until
Oh,
it
hey, you know what I noticed subsequently? This is crime scene tape across the screen. Pretty close to a place around here, another place burned down, and it was a hotel that at one point when I was little, when I was being kept away from my mom, my biological dad had me like staying in there for a while. It's like when he was between places, but he wasn't being honest about where he was or where I was with the court or like my mom or anything else. It was just a mess. somebody says it sounds like what you and your daughter went through. Yeah, so that was secondhand. It's like repeated, yeah. Watching her go through it was re-traumatizing for me, but it was also secondary trauma because I didn't want her to go through it. 12/22. It's just sad. The whole thing is sad. But I digress. Back to the blackout. You know how the shit storm. My regulars know. A succession of stuff. God kept those dirty cops' hands busy. Well. And somebody mentioned on one of their websites today that there were a couple of suicides this week. I mean, demons turned Eden into a hellhole, and it's backfiring now. And then, remember the Freemasonic lieutenant, Edgecombe, I guess within the last, I think it was like the last 6 months or something, ish, last year or so, whenever it was, I have to double check, but he's no longer on the police department. So this cult started targeting me. I spoke up about it, but since that puts heat on them, right, and the first rule of a secret society is to keep it a secret, they targeted me harder to get me to shut up. Tried the humiliation ritual thing and all that. No. Just the shame. They wanted me to be ashamed of being... They joined a damn cult, and they wanted to try to make people think I was crazy for being a real medium, a spiritualist. Come on, no. We all know they're doing rituals behind closed doors. So... they targeted me, and so I realized pretty quickly who they were and what they were doing, and they targeted me harder as a result of speaking up on it. So then I spoke up on that, and then I noticed that as a result of more heat going back on them, they demoted him from the master of that Freemason lodge to the, like, it was like, hold on. It was like junior warden or something. Got bumped down to junior warden from master. And so there's like a senior warden and then a junior warden or something like that. And then there's a master above them. So he got knocked from the head position down to the third position down. Is it common knowledge in the community that he's a Mason? I've been making sure people know about that today, because I found this article that popped up. Well, I didn't find it. It popped up on my thing. A dirty cop. Julian. Hold on. It's the most delusional thing I'd ever heard. Hold on. Sorry, I couldn't breathe. He said, I enjoyed, okay, this, February 25th, this was posted. So like within this last couple of months, he retired, but he's younger than the last, much younger than the last, as far as I know, the last lieutenant that retired. Like, why is he retiring so early? We'll get to that. He targeted me. I spoke up on it. He targeted me harder They targeted me harder, and I spoke up on it. And so then he got demoted, and I noticed. So then I spoke up on that, and I documented the pattern of the succession. And so they tried to erase the evidence of it, but I have the screenshots and have repeatedly posted them. Whoops, not my whoops. Saw that one coming. Thank you. And so I spoke up. I'm like, hey, they demoted him. That sounds like guilty behavior. That sounds like a humiliation ritual and punishment for exposing their secret society to me. You get demoted. How embarrassing for you. Go from head honcho of the group to third down the line inferior. As a lieutenant of the police station at that. Come on now, how shameful. And then, even though it was obviously the Freemason Lodge trying to, like, shame him for that, knocking him down, right? They realized it put heat on back on all of them. So then they went and privatized their website, and it used to have all the lists of their names on it, like the master, all the down the line. It used to have the dates of, like, every 2 weeks they'd meet up, and, like, it would tell anybody publicly who wanted to know, like, when they were meeting bi-weekly and when the meetings were. All the different details were listed there. Now you can't look at any of that unless you sign in with a password and a username. Because of me, one lady scared the Freemason Society into going into hiding. Why'd you come out? Oh, you picked the wrong target, honey. But he said, he was quoted to say, that he feels like he earned the respect of most everybody in the community. Fucking idiot. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the same motherfucker that just cost, and I let them know. I went through the comment section of anybody saying, oh, good officer, blah, 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 blah. Oh, enjoy your summer. I'm like, you do realize that it seems to me like he's being fired or pushed out of the police department because of the mess that he has made. Because that wasn't the first target. He just cost the department, last I heard, it was a $150,000 lawsuit because he falsely arrested a 21-year-old boy, if I recall. So that, infringing on people's rights is a common theme here. It has been for them. Except they've been going against people who they thought were beneath them and this and that, but apparently they thought had nothing to lose, right? So have everything to gain by telling the truth. And they underestimated that Martha Mitchell effect and how much we'd be willing to oppose their oppression tactics and sue the shit out of them. So it was a $150,000 lawsuit for that boy, and whatever it was that they settled on is regardless, because it was thousands and thousands of dollars at minimum. And guess what happens when the cops get in trouble like that and they have to pay out victims that they've done wrong, like myself, which will happen. And also, right, by saving face, trying to claim he's a good officer, that was his way to try to keep his pension. Because once the truth about all this comes out and everybody else knows about it, not just a smaller group of them, yeah, he knows that won't be his anymore either. He can have his pension taken from him for that. Because it was pre-existing. It was a pre-existing, he shouldn't have gotten it. He should have been fired. He shouldn't have been congratulated for what? He cost a $150,000 lawsuit. And the taxpayers are the ones who pay that. It doesn't come out of the dirty cop's pocket. They might have to, they might lose their pension, depending on the case and the situation. They could lose their pension. They can be fired. They can be held without pay under investigation. But when a department has to pay back a victim for whatever harm is done to them, that comes out of the civilian taxpayers' dollars. The dirty cop's not paying bill for that. So all these people congratulating him just paid for all his fuck-ups and then congratulated him for keeping a pension by trying to cover it up. Bitch, no. Edgecombe, Kevin Edgecombe, ladies and gentlemen, who used to send his daughter into my comment section here. And then she stopped and suddenly they all started targeting me. And I didn't know that was his daughter. And for a while, I had no idea. God ratted you out, bitch. Stay seated. Thank you. Toodaloo. Oh, and some of these people, they didn't block me, but they went and immediately removed their posts congratulating him because they realized that it wasn't a warranted congratulations. Yeah. So they're not upset with me, but they're not supporting him anymore either. Town's turning on you, Kevin. And that, my darlings, is why they've tried the algorithm suppression. That's why they've tried the tactics towards me to shut me up, because I, as one person, have the authority and the evidence to floor them. To destroy them, to school them, to drag them to filth and then wash them with the truth. And I will. They didn't want to tell the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. So gosh darn it, I'll help them. I'll tell it for them. So be it. You don't get to keep a pension for a retirement that you did not earn. These people got promotions by trying to sacrifice my child and I. No, fuck no. Uno reverse. Happy full moon. Thank you very much. I feel like I earned the respect of most everybody in the community. He said, yes, because they didn't know what you did, you asshole. Whoops, not my whoops. 1234. Progressive steps forward in the right direction on the East Coast. I tell you to kiss my royal ass, but bitch, that's a privilege and you will never have it. Thank you very much. Moving on. I hear this. I heard that. That's so fucking funny. They're not laughing anymore. It's all fun and games when they thought they had me in a corner. Until they learned the rabbit had the gun. Whoops. Bad bitches never fuck with counterfeits, but the lame bitch level up the loose connects. Way the stacks make the plan to attack. A whole whack, his career cul-de-sac. My boy's accent, another fire track. I'ma go ham, I'ma get that bag back. Every morning 8 a.m. you bet I'm hitting the squats. So my gram look pretty with my ass on the yacht. All my bitches independent, and we making a lot. Whole crew getting litty up a couple of bops. But if I gotta chase a cat, then I'm not nice. If I gotta send a threat, then I shoot twice. And if the contract shit, I won't sign it. Bitch, I won't sign it. If I gotta kill a hoe, I'm all like Rambo. Eating all these bitches up like we in Nando's. But I keep his endo, smoke that Palo Santo. Swerving my kawaii little Prius, fuck a Lambo. And if you gotta throw shade, cause I'm too hot, don't forget the lemonade, number 2 scotch. Every single second looking brighter on my wristwatch. Like we at the tip top, but this is just a quick stop. Alright. Unhelpful, but it's all right.
Totally spiraled out of control. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place.
Wait, one more thing. That all popped off because a video popped up earlier on my feed on YouTube. And it is about a Freemason lodge in France. who's being called a mafia lodge after they were caught doing what these cops have been doing, which is putting hits out on people and criminal conspiracy. And they're all high members of government organizations, these people who are in trouble with the French government now. They were all like, not police officers necessarily, but like they all had some kind of position of authority that they were abusing, thought they were above the law because they worked in the legal system. Fuck no. No. Bitch, no. And we're going to use this as legal precedent, meaning they're going to use this case to properly prosecute the assholes in the Freemason lodges here because look at what they've done. You're fucking caught.
22.
Nobody's dealing with your shit anymore. It's not a secret. Your fight club's open in the public now. And we're not having it.
People have gone on trial in France on charges of murder and other serious crimes, centered on members of a Masonic lodge accused of running hit squads.
The only crazy people here were you thinking you should do that or get away with it.
France's Foreign
Psychos.
Intelligence Service, 2 police officers, a retired domestic
This is the list of people who are now facing charges that were Freemasons in this lodge, including police officers. You're so fucked, BHPD.
Those in the docket.
Oh, and then the crooked Hancock County Court, the last district attorney who was working there, got fired for lying about sexual assault charges or allegations. I mean, he claimed something didn't happen when it did. He denied certain things were, whatever the case may be, he was lying. And so he was fired from that. But he was also heading or like at the top of the Freemason Lodge in the next town over. So it's been a small little criminal conspiracy. A couple of small linked towns, shitbags.
Include 4 military.
His name was Matthew Foster in Ellsworth, Maine. You can look it up, Hancock County Court.
Personnel from France's Foreign Intelligence Service, 2 police officers, a retired domestic intelligence officer, a security guard, and 2 business executives. One victim who survived 2 assassination attempts.
Why does that name sound familiar? Just chillin'. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, Fight Club. Is that Fight Club? That's why. It's been a long time since I forgot his name. The movie. I just remember first rule of Fight Club. Don't talk about Fight Club. Second rule of Fight Club. Don't talk about Fight Club. And they did more than that.
Is the consequences of the attacks.
Trouble du stress post-traumatique dont je n'arrive pas à sortir en fait depuis 6 ans, ça revient par épisode. Cancer et puis exclusion de ma profession également. Voilà, ça fait quand même beaucoup de choses.
Most of the accused, aged between 30 and 73, have no previous criminal records.
Hey,
They were accused of murder, attempted.
Wasn't he seen as like a gypsy kind of in the movie?
Murders, aggravated assault, and criminal conspiracy, all on behalf of a mafia network inside the former Athener Masonic Lodge in a Paris suburb.
Should we hear that list again?
Intelligence Service, 2 police officers, France's Foreign Intelligence Service, 2 police officers, a retired domestic intelligence officer, a security guard, and 2 business executives. One victim, who survived 2 assassination attempts, explains the consequences of the attacks.
Let me translate.
Trouble du stress post-traumatique.
She said, I have post-traumatic stress disorder that I just haven't really been able to get out of. So she's dealing with PTSD that she's having a hard time healing as a result.
Dont je n'arrive pas à sortir en fait depuis 6 ans, ça revient par épisode.
For the past 6 years, she says it comes back in episodes, and my temperature heats up when I hear that, and my heart just hurts for her. I'm so sad. They do so much damage.
Cancer et puis exclusion de ma profession également. Voilà, ça fait quand même beaucoup de choses. Voilà, ça fait quand même.
She said she also got sick through the process, or maybe as a result of the process. And then also she was pushed out of her profession as well, so it affected her career.
Et exclusion de ma profession également. Voilà, ça fait
She says, there you go, it's quite a lot to deal with. Yeah, they make people sick.
quand même beaucoup de choses.
And then they try to use that as a cover to justify things like, well, that person was always just broken. Well, that person was always just sick. And they either tell people that don't know any better, or they tell people who don't care, or who are in on it with them. They're either just as evil or they're gullible. They didn't know the victim before, so they didn't know that that's not actually how they always were, or they're trying to just straight up gaslight people, even if they did in some cases. But either way, regardless of however ways which particular people try to spin it, because sometimes it's a little different for different people, it's along the same vein. And they're toxic.
Most of the accused, aged between 30 and 73, have no previous criminal record.
And so they look on paper like they've got clean careers, right? Big standing government careers and no criminal records, but really they are the criminals. They don't have criminal records because they've been working to obstruct justice from inside the system, covering up their crimes while creating victims in the process and impending prison sentences for themselves. Guess orange will be their new black, huh? That's what they wanted for us. I fucking hate her. She's right. Yeah, well. Yuck.
Place, because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3,
Yeah,
even
they
4 times.
cover for each other. They do. It's called, one of my subscribers mentioned it the other day while I was talking about something like this or in relation to this, and they called it the blue. I had not heard of this term, but it's a known term. The blue wall of silence. And so they will not report their corruption within their own department if it means flipping on their colleagues. So they will let victims be victims, stay victims, be more victimized if it means keeping their dirty colleagues out of trouble, or even if it's like, I mean, really that's what sometimes it's family. I was wondering why, one of the officers who kept saying they would do something to handle the situation wouldn't, and it turns out she's the fucking daughter of the one who I've got on body camera and audio asking me, sexually harassing me. Why did you say A, B, and C about me? She said. I'm like, I didn't say anything like that about you. Yes, you did. I said, no, I was talking about an old guy. And she said, oh, you mean my dad? I'm like, oh, damn. That's your dad? No wonder you have the same name. I just thought it was a small fucking town. It is. I didn't know it was her dad, though. I just thought it was a common name. Who the fuck knows? No, it's nepotism, bitch.
Times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Life Button's house and write on their bathroom mirror,
No.
I'm watching
it's-
you in red lipstick.
it's not the only
Also,
one
please
that
subscribe
practices
to our
this
channel
rule,
and turn
for
on
sure.
all notifications
Let's get snacks and
so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. Early in the morning on February 5th, 1990, 57-year-old Leverne Pavlinok stood in the kitchen of her Wilsonville, Oregon apartment making some coffee. Mornings were the best part of Leverne's day because she had the whole apartment to herself. Now, she lived with her boyfriend, John Sosnovsky, but he worked at a nearby mill and had to be out early in order to catch the bus there. And each time he left, Laverne felt like a huge weight lifted off of her.
Oh, that's toxic.
Because when John wasn't home, Laverne could go about her day and pretend she was safe. But that's all it was pretend. John, in reality, was an incredibly violent man. I mean, he was seriously physically abusive, especially when he was drunk, which was basically all the time. So Laverne had actually been married, but her husband had died of cancer, and she had ultimately met John following her husband's death. And so when they met, Laverne was very vulnerable and lonely, and she really hadn't realized the kind of person John was until it was too late. It had been 10 years now, and Laverne still had not, built up the courage to leave him. I mean, the reality was she was just scared of how he would react, and so she sort of felt trapped. Now, she sat down at her kitchen table with her coffee, and she opened up the local paper. And as soon as she did, the first thing she saw was a big black and white photo of a smiling young woman who likely was in her 20s. The photo was connected to an article about a recent murder that happened 30 miles away, just northeast of Portland. The victim had been identified as a woman named Tanya Bennett, and Tanya Bennett was the girl in the photo. The article said she had been beaten and then also strangled with a rope, and then she had been left on the side of the highway. And when Laverne read about the area she actually had been, dumped, she realized it actually was only about 1.5 miles down from this famous scenic overlook that Laverne had actually been to before. Like, she was familiar with this area. And so Laverne, she's reading the article and she's looking at this picture back and forth, and it was like something was sort of forming in her mind. She just had like this weird sense that she knew something about this case. And then as she stared at this photo for a little bit longer, it's like it all came together. And she realized almost certainly that she knew John very likely killed this woman. And so even though she loved her peaceful, quiet mornings with her coffee, Laverne immediately stood up, she grabbed the phone, and she called the police.
That's adorable. She doesn't like dark
After
chocolate.
she hung up with police, Laverne was very shaken up. I mean, her heart was still racing. I mean, this was a very risky thing she was doing, because she had no way of knowing if what she had just given authorities was enough to arrest John. If it wasn't, it was entirely possible that John would discover this betrayal of her calling the police about him, implicating him in a murder, and he would probably just continue his abuse, if not amp up his abuse of Laverne. And so the way she saw it is either what she just did was going to end the chapter with John and he was going to go to jail for murder, or Laverne might wind up being the next dead girl on the side of the highway. A little over a week later, on the morning of February 16th, Detective John Ingram sat with his partner in a very clean living room in Wilsonville, Oregon. Ingram was the lead investigator on Tanya Bennett's murder case, and he was there to speak to Leverne, who was sitting on the opposite couch. And Leverne seemed really nervous and kept fidgeting constantly and offering Ingram and his partner refreshments. It was just very clear that there was a lot on this woman's mind. So Ingram knew that Leverne had a week earlier called in a tip about the victim's killer. She thought it was her own boyfriend, John Sosnowski. And right now, Ingram was very eager to hear what she had to say about her boyfriend, to basically elaborate and sort of give the full story of why she believed what she believed, in part because Ingram's case so far had absolutely no other leads. Like, this was it. The victim's body had been found on a grassy slope so close to the edge of the highway that you could see her from the road.
Wow.
But Ingram and his partner had not been able to find any witnesses. A few people had claimed to have seen Tanya along with some man at a bar earlier in the night before she went missing, but no one had been able to effectively describe that man. It was just some guy she was with. And so Ingram and his partner had basically talked to just about anyone they could think of that might have known Tanya. They'd canvassed her neighborhood, they'd interviewed her family, co-workers, friends, and they still had not been able to find anybody who fit as a suspect. They also hadn't found any good physical evidence at the scene, like fingerprints or helpful forensics. So now, Ingram was hoping that Leverne was going to be the key to his whole case. And so eventually, Ingram looked at Leverne and said, "Whenever you're ready, tell me what you know. Tell me the story of why you believe John
Do you like that?
Tanya." Now, at first, Leverne just continued to squirm in her seat, and she was, obviously very
tricky
nervous.
thing to work
but
with sometimes.
eventually,
Don't
after
just write.
Ingram told her to just
Overpowering.
take a breath, calm down, it's okay. We just want to hear your story.
Or, like,
Eventually, with a shaking
If
voice,
you don't use it right, it can taste like you're eating soap.
she told them that on the night of the murder, John had come home around maybe 1 or 2 in the morning and immediately got in the shower. Now, this was unusual. I mean, this is not something that he typically did. He didn't shower at 2 in the morning. But Leverne really hadn't thought much of it until the next day when they went to a local bar, and she'd literally overheard John bragging to somebody about murdering Tanya, describing how he had picked her up at a truck stop, killed her, then took her to the highway by Columbia River Gorge to dump her body by this scenic overlook. As Leverne spoke, I mean, Ingram and his partner were shocked. I mean, basically, Leverne had overheard effectively a confession.
Yeah.
And the details of that confession did seem to line up with what they had heard so far. Tanya had been seen out late at night with some man, although nobody could really describe the man. And also where her body was found, it was near the scenic overlook, something that was, publicly known, but still, I mean, that's what Leverne heard John say. It lined up. But he kept a poker face and just told Leverne to please keep going, keep elaborating. And so Leverne, she continued speaking, and she went on to say that the reason she didn't come forward right away was because she was scared of John. He was a violent alcoholic who abused her, which is also part of the reason why this seemed real to her. I mean, she was totally not shocked at the idea that maybe John killed someone. But she was basically fearful that he might kill her too. And so she had kept it to herself until she had seen the article in the paper and also saw the picture of the girl, and she just looked so young and innocent, and she just couldn't help but feel like she owed it to that girl to come forward. Now, at this point, Ingram's mind was whirling. I mean, if this was all true, it was huge for this case. I mean, potentially, this just solved the whole murder. I mean, this is what happened potentially. But he also knew, right now, it was just one woman's story. He needed actual proof. He couldn't just take Leverne's word for it. So he asked Leverne if he and his partner could just go ahead and search the apartment. And as soon as Leverne nodded, the detectives jumped to their feet and got to work. Laverne led the detectives down the hallway to the master bedroom, and then...
I don't like that. That's one of the things I don't really like about you being on the road. Are you planning to go back eventually? I assume so. Just adventuring for a while. Eating up some vegetables. I know trail road life can be super hard sometimes. I know you can, take stuff to cook with, but I also know if you're just packing light, also it's heavy. So I don't really know what. I know everybody does different stuff. Some people do cold soaks. I don't assume. I know, but I know it can be rough. I do worry about you. Try not to, but
I can't help it. That and your safety. Those are the big things. Just want you to be healthy and safe.
Then from there, she backed off and just, let the men get to work. And the detectives, they immediately split up and spread out to cover more ground. Ingram had actually brought along a list of stuff that they were theoretically looking for. And one of the things on his list was a swatch of denim from the front buttons of Tanya's jeans. It had been missing when they found her, like it had been intentionally cut out, which was obviously pretty unusual. And it made him think that Tanya's killer had taken a trophy or something. But after a few minutes of searching around the bedroom, Ingram did not see this denim patch. In fact, he actually didn't see anything at first glance that connected John to Tanya, until he went over to look through this cardboard box of papers and began sifting through them. And when he pulled out a torn piece of scrap paper and read what was on it, he froze. On this piece of scrap paper was a handwritten message that just said, quote, T. Bennett, good peace. Ingram immediately called his partner over, who walked over and looked at the note, and both of them are like, okay.
Wait,
Bob immediately
what?
called his partner, just said, quote,
No. What kind of I had to go back and read it. What, P-I-E-C-E or P-E-A-C-E? No. Because if it was, Either way, it's bad because she's dead, but one of them means that she left the note hoping somebody would find it. But the way it's spelled sounds like he's talking about how she was a good piece, like a good piece of ass or something. Terrible.
T. Bennett, good piece. Ingram immediately called his partner over, who walked over and looked at the note, and both of them are like, okay, obviously, we need to bring John in right away for a chat. But after leaving the bedroom and walking towards the door to leave, who comes in the front door? None other than John Sosnovsky. Hey guys, I have some pretty big news. I know many of you are excited to hear. John had really just seen the apartment when John had a very interrogation table in the sheriff, Mr. Ballin. Get your tickets and enter the sweepstakes today. I can't wait to see you at the show. About an hour later, Ingram sat at an interrogation table in the sheriff's office, staring across it at John. And John had a very confused look on his face, but otherwise seemed relatively calm. Back at the apartment, when John had walked in the door and sort of saw the detectives and didn't know what was going on, Ingram had told him who he was and why he was there, and John had really just seemed surprised, but had quickly agreed to go with them to the station if they wanted to speak to him. But Ingram knew from experience that, just because John was acting very cooperative did not mean he was innocent. Now, Ingram slid a picture of Tanya across the table and asked John if he knew who she was or had anything to do with her murder. And John didn't deny it or act horrified or offended to be asked. He just said he didn't really remember. And when Ingram showed him the note they found in his bedroom that said T. Bennett, good piece on it, John just sort of squinted at it and said he really wasn't sure if he wrote that or not. So these were all very straightforward questions. And it was highly suspicious to Ingram that John apparently just couldn't answer them, at least not cleanly. And really the rest of his interview went the same way, with John giving mostly just vague non-answers to everything Ingram asked, no matter how binary the question was supposed to be. And Ingram was just sort of struck by how nonchalant John seemed whenever he responded, even though, he was being questioned about his connection to a murder. This was not a time to be nonchalant. This was a time to be forthcoming. However, despite Ingram's very high suspicion of John, realistically, the only evidence he had on John, at least at this point, was all circumstantial, and so was not nearly enough to actually arrest John. What they needed in order to do that was some form of hard evidence that directly connected him to Tanya's murder. So ultimately, at the end of this interview, despite how weird the whole thing had been, Ingram just sighed and told John that for now, he could go. 4 days later, Ingram had just gotten to his office for the morning when his desk phone rang. He picked up and was surprised to hear Leverne's voice on the other end. But before he could ask her what this was about, Leverne told him she had found something in her car that morning and felt like he needed to see it. And when she told him what this thing was, Ingram said he would be right over. Then he immediately hung up and ran to find his partner. As he drove to Leverne's, he found his heart was racing. Over the last few days, they hadn't found any additional evidence to prove John was their killer. In fact, if anything, they had actually lost some evidence, since that note they found inside of John's things in his house ended up being a dead end, because their analysts couldn't actually match the handwriting to John, so they didn't know for sure if it was him. But now, based on what Leverne had just told him on the phone about what she found in her car, pretty much positive that this was the break he needed. Within the hour, Ingram and his partner were standing in Leverne's garage with Leverne staring into the open trunk of her car. Leverne had told Ingram that she kept her car and really her whole life very clean. Like her apartment's clean, everything's clean all the time. And when she went into her car that day, she noticed there was a little swatch of denim sitting in the trunk. And she knew that she had not put it there, and considering she was sort of on high alert about John and about his connection to this murder, it just seemed like something worth flagging to police. And for Ingram and his partner, as they're staring into the trunk at this little swatch of denim that looks very much like the swatch of denim they were secretly looking for, they had not publicly revealed that the killer had taken a little swatch of denim from Tanya's jeans that was private. They're looking at this thinking, oh my goodness, like this is the break we needed. Clearly, that's the denim from Tanya's jeans. And so Leverne was right to call this in. This is potentially huge. Now, obviously, Ingram knew that they would still have to get this denim tested to make sure it really was Tanya's. I mean, it's entirely possible that it was actually Leverne's or John's or was unrelated, but circumstantially, this felt like hitting the jackpot. And so Ingram watched as his partner picked up the swatch, put it into an evidence bag, and then they left and said they would have it tested and they would be in touch. The following morning, Ingram was at his desk reviewing all the evidence that they had so far. And by this point, they had a lot of evidence. The previous night, after finding the denim, they had brought John in for a polygraph test, and he had completely failed it. The test administrator had even noted that, in his opinion, John definitely knew what had happened to Tanya. So now, realistically, Ingram was just sort of waiting on confirmation that that fabric was a match. And then at that point, they could go and arrest John. And when Ingram's phone rang, he picked it up immediately, and it was the lab. So Ingram sat up straight, ready for some good news, but the tech on the other line sounded sort of glum, and he told Ingram that the denim from Leverne's car did not match the jeans that Tanya was wearing, so it was not hers. And at this, Ingram was just completely stunned. I mean, the idea that they had just found the same unique cut of denim in a car in their main suspect's house could not be a coincidence. I mean, it was not typical for people to have little swatches of denim lying around. Like, this is not something that you just happen to have. It felt sort of specific. And so there just had to be more to this than met the eye. And even though Ingram tried to work out some kind of reasonable explanation for why that swatch was there, the only thing that actually made sense was that the fake denim was planted there. And so feeling a mix of, again, shock, but also just frustration here. I mean, he thought he was so close to solving this thing, and now he was sort of back to square one. Ingram realized that the next stop had to be Leverne's. He needed to go speak to her again. Later that morning, Ingram and his partner were once again back in Leverne's living room with a very nervous-looking Leverne sitting across from them. This time, Ingram was going to be a little tougher on her, because he now knew that, whatever she had told him before very likely was not the full story. And as soon as Ingram asked Leverne point blank if she had planted that evidence, that denim, inside of her car, Leverne just kind of looked back at him, and her face began to sort of quiver, and then she just started sobbing. And she told him she was so sorry. She explained that she had cut up some jeans and put that front button part in her car and pretended to have found it so that they'd be able to arrest John. She said she had just gotten so worried when they let him go after interviewing him because she knew John killed Tanya. He had to. She heard him talk about it. Like, he did it and he's dangerous. Then she just wanted to make sure the police held him accountable. Now, when Ingram heard this, he could hear, like, the earnestness in her voice. Like, clearly this woman is scared of John and thinks he did this. She believes he did this. And so he wanted to believe her angle here, as inappropriate as planting evidence was. But, critically, he knew Leverne still was definitely not telling him everything, because there was simply no way she could have known to plant that unique cut of the jeans unless she had intimate knowledge of the crime.
No.
Or some other inside information. But there was just something missing here. Why would she randomly choose that front cut of denim as just the evidence? Oh, here's some evidence that's gonna make John look guilty. Why would she choose that? That's way too on the nose. And when he pointed this out to Leverne, it was like Leverne's energy completely shifted, from sobbing and sadness and remorse to just pure, like, hesitation. Like, she didn't really know how to react, but there wasn't any more sadness. It was like, uh-oh, something's off here. Then Leverne kind of took a deep breath, and she looked at Ingram and she said, I was lying. You're right. My story about planting the evidence, that was a lie. But she went on to say that the reason she had lied was because she had ultimately been too afraid that if the police knew the whole story, that she would get in trouble too. Then Leverne explained what really happened.
Yeah, I was gonna
to
say,
Tanya.
that's why I
On
said,
the
oh
night
no,
that
how would
Tanya
she
was
know?
murdered,
She must have been
Leverne
involved.
said John called her that night, and he was sort of frantic. And he said to her that he was in trouble and that she needed to meet him at the bar that he was at, and to bring along a shower curtain. And so Leverne said, because she was very scared of John and was just fearful of asking any questions, she had just done what he said. And she got the shower curtain and she had driven out there, and she found John in a parking lot standing over a body. It was Tanya, and she was just lying there on the ground, motionless. Leverne said she was horrified and didn't know what to do, so she just helped. She literally helped John put Tanya's body into her car, Leverne's car, wrapped her up in that curtain she'd brought along, and then together they dumped her body at a spot along the highway. But as Leverne continued to talk, her story suddenly got much darker,
podcast?
because she actually
That's
eventually
such a vibe,
confessed
Sala.
that actually Tanya had not been dead when she had first
Relaxing.
arrived, but instead she was still clinging to life. And at John's
Documentaries.
request, Leverne had tied rope around Tanya's neck and held it tight while John sexually assaulted her. Leverne said after he was done, Tanya was no longer breathing. Ingram could barely conceal his shock when she explained this. I mean, here was this gentle, soft-spoken lady who was now telling him that she had actively participated in the sexual assault and murder of this young woman. It was hard to wrap his head around it. And at the moment, all Ingram could think was, this can't be real. But what Leverne was saying just fit. It explained John's cagey answers to his questions, his failed polygraph, and how Leverne knew the right part of the genes to cut out and fake his evidence, because she and John had been the ones who actually made the cut on Tanya's genes. They knew. But despite getting this earth-shattering confession here, Ingram wanted to be completely sure that this version of the story Leverne was telling him was actually the truth. And he knew exactly how to prove it. The following day, Ingram was behind the wheel of his cruiser next to his partner, and Leverne sat in the back, sort of absent-mindedly staring out the window. They were driving down the highway northeast of Portland, and Ingram had instructed Leverne to let him know when they reached the spot where they dumped Tanya's body. Now, the newspapers had published the general location of where the body had been found, but certainly not specifics. So Ingram knew that if Leverne could point out the exact spot, well, that meant she was telling the truth. As they began to get closer and closer to the spot Ingram knew was the spot, he sort of felt his heart rate pick up, but he didn't drive any faster or slower. He didn't signal that it was coming up. He just kept on driving, steady, going straight, sort of expecting Leverne to call it out any moment. But the cruiser drove right past the actual spot where the body had been found, and Leverne didn't say anything. For a few minutes, they just kept on driving down the road in total silence, and Ingram's feeling really disappointed here.
Right now, just listening.
As they're driving along, suddenly Leverne says, "Hey, wait a minute, turn around." So Ingram did, and soon they were headed back the way they'd come. And this time, when they passed the actual crime scene, so the actual spot where Tanya had been found, Leverne called it out and said, "That's where she was. Stop." As Ingram parked the car, he looked back at Leverne, who was staring intently out the window, right at the exact spot on that slope right off the highway where the body had been found. Then, once they were parked, all three of them got out of the car, and Leverne went over to the edge of the road and pointed, like right to the exact spot where Tanya had been found on the slope. And even though Ingram tried to keep his expression neutral here, internally he was sort of amazed. I mean, clearly Leverne was telling the truth. It would have been impossible for her to have chosen that specific spot without having prior knowledge of where Tanya had been, meaning she was telling the truth. She must have been involved in killing Tanya. As they all climbed back into the car, Ingram knew they now had more than enough to formally arrest John and also Leverne. She'd done the right thing by coming forward, but of course now there were going to be consequences. On February 21st, so 16 days after Leverne called with her first tip, John Sosnovsky was arrested. And 5 days after that, Leverne was arrested as well, and both of them were charged with murder. About 11 months later, Leverne's trial started, and at that point, Leverne actually tried to change her story again. She tried to recant her confession and said, "No, I didn't actually do this." But the jury didn't buy her change of heart, and convicted her of murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison. As for John, 2 months after Leverne's sentencing, he was given the same sentence, life in prison. And that should have been the end of the case, at least from the legal perspective. But for the next 3 years following sentencing, Ingram just couldn't stop thinking about Leverne and John and Tanya Bennett. Despite what Leverne had done, he felt a lot of empathy for her. She'd obviously been under John's control and had seemed genuinely terrified of him. But more than that, Ingram had this horrible, nagging feeling that they'd gotten something wrong here. Then, one March afternoon in 1994, Ingram was in his office at the sheriff's department going over some paperwork when his desk phone rang. When he picked it up,
Oh gosh,
it was the
if it's
prosecutor
108
who
and
worked
humid,
Tanya's
that
case.
makes it.
And the prosecutor said they'd just gotten a very strange
It bumps
letter
everything up
about
more.
Tanya's murder. And as soon as the prosecutor
It feels
described
warmer
the
than it
letter's contents,
actually is often.
Ingram felt sick to his stomach. Ingram had been right to
And
worry
108
that
is hot.
he and his partner
God.
and really the whole legal system had potentially just gotten something wrong with this case. You know, it just felt like there was something left unsaid. There was some loophole, there was some loose end something, but he didn't know what it was. It would turn out the thing that was wrong was Leverne, because their star witness, Leverne, was not just this sweet older lady afraid of her abusive boyfriend who had come forward and told the
She was
truth
the
despite the
mastermind.
consequences. That wasn't really the story. In fact, basically everything she told Ingram and his partner was a lie. What was true and what ultimately drove Leverne to do what she did was
Is he cheating?
she really wanted to break up with John, but she didn't know how to do it.
Holy shit.
And so what she ultimately did to attempt to rid herself of John was to frame him for murder.
Oh.
And at first, she did an incredible job. You know, she read everything she could, you know, little details about the murder in the news. She also snuck a peek at Ingram's list of evidence during that early interview that was done at her apartment. And so that's how she knew about, you know, that swatch of denim they were looking for. And she also just happened to take a few really lucky guesses. Like when she pointed out the spot on the side of the highway where the body was found, she just guessed, but it happened to be right. However, the problem was, despite, you know, basically nailing the framing of John and getting him wrapped up with a murder conviction, she also sort of inadvertently implicated herself. You know, when she came out and said, well, I participated in the murder, her thinking was, they'll take pity on me and they'll blame John, he'll go to jail and I'll be okay. But no, she also got convicted of murder and went to jail as well. And Leverne and John were literally in prison, basically riding out their life sentences, when the actual killer, the real Tanya Bennett killer, sent a letter to authorities confessing to his crime. That was why that prosecutor called Ingram. It was to tell him, like, I think there's been a mistake. They clearly didn't do it. After the real killer was arrested in 1995, Leverne and John were both released from prison.
You have a story?
In total, they both served
Anakin, what's your
4
story?
years in jail,
I'm
all
listening.
because of Leverne's lies.
Holy crap! That one was wild! Can't find another way to break up with your boyfriend?
One morning in early November of 2023, a 71-year-old woman named Patrice Miller stood in front of her fridge in her little home in the rural town
Tell him
of
to get
Downeyville,
lost.
California. And she saw she was running low on food, which
Move
meant
out.
it was time to place an order with the market in town, which delivered her groceries for her. Getting her food delivered was essential for Patrice and where she was at in her life right now. She lived alone and had a whole house to take care of, which was definitely getting harder the older she got. She'd also had some health problems lately, so it was getting more difficult just to move around. You know, she even had a walking stick just to prop herself up. As Patrice stood in front of her fridge, wondering what she was going to add to her grocery list, she heard one of her 2 cats meowing outside. And this reminded her that amongst some other chores, she needed to feed her cats. So she decided to make her list later, and she just closed the fridge door, put some cat food in a bowl, and then grabbed her walking stick and headed outside. Patrice carried the cat food out onto the porch. She had some other things to do outside, but she couldn't hold a lot of things at once because of her walking stick. So once she had put the bowl down, she then headed back inside to get her compost, and then took that back outside to her garden. And she tried to do all these outdoor chores really quickly because she didn't like being outside these days. She had lived in Downeyville for a long time, But over the past few years, it had gotten really dangerous there. Now, she hadn't realized how bad it was at first because she mostly kept to herself, but eventually she learned that her neighbors were starting to get intruders on their property. There had also been a clear uptick in vandalism in people's yards and to their homes. And in fact, over the past few months, Patrice herself had begun to experience this directly. In fact, she had dealt with so many attempted break-ins at her own house that she had become convinced that she had a stalker. She'd even put bars on her windows as a security measure. So that's why Patrice did not like being outside. She felt exposed, like her stalker or whoever it was that was doing this was going to be watching her and would come over here and attack. And so as fast as she could, she dumped the compost in her garden, turned around, hustled inside, and shut the door behind her. And as soon as she had done that and was safely inside her house, she felt hugely relieved. A few days later, on November 8th, at the market in town where Patrice typically got her groceries, a 55-year-old cashier named Cassie Koch rang up a customer at the register. But as she bagged their purchases,
Why are you doing it again?
She was thinking about Patrice. Cassie was typically the person that delivered Patrice's grocery order, but over the years, they had become closer than just a customer-provider relationship. You know, they were friends. In fact, these days, the two of them would speak on the phone fairly often, just to chat. But now, Cassie realized she hadn't heard from Patrice in days, which was very odd, both because of their friendship,
I don't know if I'm missing
but
a
also
comment.
because she knew it had been a while since Patrice made her grocery order. And so Cassie had begun asking around at the store and had found out that nobody else had heard from Patrice either. Now, Cassie knew it was possible that Patrice was just busy, and for pretty much anybody else, you know, one missed order or even a couple missed orders wouldn't be enough to make Cassie worry. But in this case, Cassie was extra concerned because she knew about Patrice's stalker. And she knew that Patrice had even called the authorities about it, but there really hadn't been much help. Remember, this is a tiny rural town in California that had experienced a lot of exactly what Patrice was experiencing. Break-ins, harassment, and other kinds of vandalism or damage. However, neither Patrice nor anybody else had reported any actual violence. So authorities were basically overwhelmed with a flood of what they considered sort of relatively minor complaints. And Patrice's situation really didn't seem much worse than anybody else's in town. And also officials just didn't have the manpower to deal with it. And so ultimately...
Are they making you pay for it again? That sounds like a scam. Hi, baby. Tape on them. There's a cult thing, yeah. It sounds... I get that that's what they're claiming is their reasoning, but if somebody was in a dangerous position... Yeah, I was going to say, I don't understand. If somebody was like sick or hurt and you stepped in to intervene... It's just water. But when I went to cosmetology school, it's a play. I might need to sit on this for a second, but if you will let me help you kind of sort this out spiritually, or just kind of see which way to navigate or need or want that, let me know. it seems like a play to me. When I was in cosmetology school, they did this thing. Okay, let me go back a little bit further, actually. There were two instructors, like well, there were a bunch of instructors, but two main females. They were like short and round and looked like little oversized troll dolls. I've never had them, crawfish, actually. You don't like to eat them from the shell? Some people don't. Crawfish look like little tiny lobsters, and lobsters, a lot of people, I think it's mostly a local thing, but a lot of locals call them, or like local fishermen call them bugs. Because they do, they kind of like look like little, I don't know, shrimp-like, scorpion-like bugs crawling across the ocean floor. So, people call them bugs. Crick. It's their legs. Is it? Oh, huge cockroaches, right? I think they're kind of similar. They've got the shells. They're all kind of similarly. Yeah, they should have told you to re-enroll if they know they're going to make you do it again. Yeah, that sounds like a play. So, okay. These two, Tina and I forget the other one's name, but there were two of them. Tina was one of them. And they, before I was in cosmetology school, they either owned or were running another cosmetology school. And this cosmetology school's name was Bernard's. And they got the school was shut down by the government because they were caught embezzling money out of it. So they couldn't do it again. They couldn't, I think they owned the business the first time around. And so they went down to a place called Lewiston, Maine. Mainers tend to call it the Dirty Lou because it's kind of just a dirty, I think also violent city. Mud bugs. Yeah, that's what people call it, mud bugs. Oh, yeah. Mud bugs. I didn't know that. I thought they were I thought they stayed like on the surface. Not on the surface, but like at the top of the bottom of the water, like I didn't realize they went inside the mud. So do people have to dig for them? How do you? Chilling. Honestly, I'm probably with you on that one. I like lobster, but the claws are my favorite. And I prefer soft shell. I used to haul traps sometimes. Off an old boat. Off the side of a boat. Yeah, I do too, chilling. You're so cute. You know what, Kitty? You and my grandma would have probably liked each other. She liked weed and fried clams. Nana Rose. She's so cute. Yeah, she likes stuff like that. Nana Rose. Fried okra. I've never had that. Is it good? So I wanted to tell you about this play though. I think we need to sort it out, right? Like figure out what's up with it. And how you need to, can you stop? Can you even imagine? Go away. Like, go away. I picked up a download before I came live, and it was something about that. Like I was folding laundry, and I got this weird download about gross, creepy men, and then I saw 2 of those comments actually tonight, and it was like something like that. Like, do you want to dance? And it's, I'm obviously laying here chilling. There's not even any music playing. I'm obviously not in the mood. But what the question says is, hey, I think you're hot and you're being a fucking pervert. Piss off. Okay? Does that clear it up for you? I am not your dancing circus puppet.
All authorities did was just advise Patrice on.
I didn't pop off on the first one, but that was twice, and I've had enough. Go. God warned me about that earlier, though. Hey, loves, how are you? So they went down to Lewiston, the Dirty Lou. What a name. And they went to a cosmetology school named Pierre. No, it was Pierre's. They had a cosmetology first called Pierre's, and it was shut down because they were embezzling money. Then they went down to the Dirty Lou, and they asked Mr. Bernard, who had at that point, successful cosmetology salon / school. And they asked if they could borrow some of his money, as far as I understand, and take the money and open up another branch of this cosmetology establishment in Bangor, Maine. Now, when you paid for the course and the, like whatever, tuition, everything, you have a certain amount of requirements that you have to fulfill and meet, which I'm sure you also have, right? Like a quota or something. And then you have like when you pay for the schooling, pays for a certain amount of hours, but you have to have your work done within those amount of hours with cosmetology school. I think it varies possibly from place to place, but here it was 1,500 hours. If I recall. Okay. And so whether it was part-time or full-time schooling, they would do this thing where every time within that 1,500 hour time assortment, you had to have a certain set of criteria, like 200 cuts within the 1,500 hours and like I don't know, like 80 perms or 200 perms or, you know, however many colors, 190 colors. You had to meet a certain amount of criteria. So whether those be on a mannequin that you did a cut, color, perm, a manicure, like whatever it was, and then had an instructor check it, see that it was okay, or if you needed to make any adjustments, and then they would sign off on it. Or if it was a client that came into the salon to work on, knowing that they would be worked on by a student, but with an instructor's supervision, and they would also get a massive discount. Like it pay a bit of money, but very, very minimal compared to an actual non-schooled salon, right? Or non-school salon, or it's just standard salon. And at the end of the week, right, you have this sheet where every time you have either a client or you finish a cut, a color, perm, or whatever the service was on a mannequin, then the teacher would check it and they would sign off on each individual cut, each individual color. And at the end of the week, all of your stuff, all the cuts would be tallied up and then entered into the computer. The whole tally for the number of cuts through the week would be hand counted and then typed in to the computer. And so let's say you did 15 colors that week. There would be 15 signatures from teachers saying you did 15 colors, and then you did 20 cuts. There would be 20 different teacher signatures for each one of those different 20 cuts. But it was the owners that would go into the computers, the ones who had been caught embezzling money in the last school, Tina, and I forget what the other one's name was right now. But anyway, her partner there, partner in crime, literally. They look like they were stuck in the 80s, dude. With the hair and like troll hair and everything. It was crazy. But short and round, like little meatballs. Troll hair. Like Oompa Loompas with troll hair. And they were mean. That's why I don't feel bad about fucking bullies. And they were thieves. Stealing from mostly young ladies. A couple of guys here and there sometimes, but anyway. So when they were done tallying your task list up, they would put it in a filing cabinet in the basement. You are legally entitled to have access to copies of all your records. So I was getting towards the end of my 1,500 hours, and I had been counting all of my stuff. So I knew that when they came to me and told me, oh, you have this many amount of cuts and colors left, which was, or whatever the stuff was, it was way more. They were telling me I had more to accomplish than I did. I knew I had finished all of that, if not all of what they were telling me, then the majority of it. And so I had more than enough time to finish the last of my tasks before the schooling was out. The 1,500 hours was up. And I said, no, that's wrong. That count is wrong. And this is one of the two owners who was doing the embezzling. They said, or at first I asked for them to pull out my task lists from the basement so I could recount them and tally them up to show that I had more signatures on the paperwork than they had actually typed into the computer, meaning they would tally them all up on the paper and then they would shave a few off when they entered them into the computer. So by the time the digital printout came out from the computer, it looked like I had less than I had. Why? Why is that? Because if you don't have all your tasks finished by the end of 1,500 hours, you can't graduate until you finish all those tasks, and you have to pay $10 cash for every hour that it takes you to finish
all the rest of those requirements. Yeah. And then they were also embezzling money out of the student loans. Yeah, like shaving money out of girls' checks and such. But they were refusing to go get my stuff from the basement. And they said, no, we're not going to go, even though it's illegal to deny me my own records, we're not going to go into the basement to get your files. We can give you a printout of what it says in the computer. I'm like, no, but that's why I want you to go down in the basement to get my paper, my written files with actual teacher signatures on them, because those will show that your computer numbers are miscalculated. You're undercutting me. And they didn't want to go in the basement so that I could do the math to show where they had intentionally shaved accomplishments off of my task requirement because they wanted me to pay more money in cash to have to stay longer. Seems like a scam to me, Anakin. I've seen it before. Something like it. I walked out of that place, and then pretty quickly after that, God sent me his karma, it was shut down, actually, for embezzling again. So all those girls right in the middle of their schooling suddenly like were fucked. I think they still had to pay those student loans back too, and like their schooling got interrupted. It was so bad. But I had already dipped out of there because I knew. And I didn't even know I was psychic at that point. But I knew that wasn't the place for me, so I left. Good riddance. So we'll figure it out, whatever is happening. They want me to walk out, but you shouldn't give them this. No. No, if it's a place for you, like if it's a career field that you think is good for you and that you want to be in, then I'm not going to do it right now, but if you want a reading or something on this, come back, like, I don't know, whenever you can tomorrow or whenever I'm here next and you come through. Just know I'll help. The kid's right. So if this is a position that you want, that you're good at, that you feel called to, then do that. The teacher's right. Well, he's probably jealous also. However, although I do use the training, like on myself, all of the training that I got, I still use. You see me, I self-care, and I'm so glad to have the training. But I knew between that and the pettiness, these people were awful, okay? These were like so-called grown-ass adults, all right? College girls, college people. And there was this, at first we thought maybe somebody was starving and like needed, I don't know, like they needed lunch. And then we realized pretty quickly it was just some kind of petty rivalry between some of the girls because, and I saw something like this in high school too, frankly. Actually, let me go back to high school really quickly. There were two girls that didn't like each other, and they were older than me, but they had an ongoing beef before I was even a freshman, as far as I know. And they were both not very nice, actually. So there was like two mean girls that I didn't entirely at all actually enjoy, get along with, want to be around. They also didn't like each other. So the two mean girls were mean to each other. And I ended up taking ceramics, like, I don't know, 4 to 6 times, the Gemini, grounding in the clay, first of all, but also it kept me out of the hallways in between classes or out of the classrooms where the bullies were. So I hung out in the art wing most of my high school career. I was fortunate enough, though, for my school to have a whole wing for art. We had everything: computer, art program, sculpture, shop class. The only thing I didn't take was shop, metal welding and boat building. We had a boat building class. It's beautiful, beautiful schooners and boats and stuff, or sailboats rather, came out of that place.
Grifting is grifting, that's right. And so these two girls they each took ceramics, but they took different class periods. And so when your clay is drying, keep it in a cubby and let it dry until you work on it next, or the instructor can fire it in the kiln. And to show you something. Hi, baby. Okay. This is a I think her name is Kenneth Landry, maybe. I'll tell you in a second. But she does these little clips, like she's little funny bits where she'll pretend to be a character, and she does a couple of them where she pretends to be this eccentric high school art teacher, right? And it's probably the closest thing to my my ceramics teacher that I've ever seen somebody do.
Hello, girls. How was your summer? Rebecca, your hair is longer. You look like Cher. I love it. Amanda, sweetheart, Principal Smith is going to dress code you for those shorts. And when he does, tell him that Miss Trish says slut-shaming won't bring his cheating wife back. Who wants a granola bar? Does anyone need a granola bar? Janelle, do you want a granola bar? Janelle, you need to eat something. Not eating is going to starve that beautiful brain of creativity. Okay, hi. Yeah, let's not make out in the hallways, okay? He's just going to first period, not prison. You'll see him in 45 minutes. Principal Smith, I need someone to remove the fluorescent lights from my classroom. They are giving me a migraine, and they overstimulate a lot of my students.
Can't you just turn them off?
Oh, no, I don't get paid enough to do anything extra. Thank you so much, though. Here, take this pride pin and put it on. It makes you a little more approachable. It says drag is not a crime. Put that on. Hi, girls. Just head on into class. Line up, students. We're going to be going into an assembly where a motivational speaker is going to talk about his drug addiction. There will be religious undertones. If you want to skip it and watch Kiki's delivery service in my classroom, write your name on this piece of paper. Mr. Smith, why are we spending money on a Dwayne The Rock Johnson lookalike to mansplain to us for an hour when supposedly we can't even afford new art supplies?
Trish, please.
I have resorted to giving my students my overdue medical bills so they can make paper mache. Okay, file into the gymnasium. Sit in the front row next to the bathroom because Miss Trish is going through menopause. Brandon, put your phone away because if the principal sees it, he's going to make me take it and I'm going to have a chat with you after school. And if I miss my acupuncture appointment because you need to Snapchat, you're dead to me. Oh my God, Mr. Smith, the weight training class just walked by you.
And so not so much the things she's saying, but like very kind of bubbly, airy, lighthearted humor, but also this quick wit and cared about. She made the character silly in this, but she also, like, I'm not making fun of my art teacher. She was one of my favorite people. But let's say that a comedian were to comedify, right, a persona of my art teacher, this particular art teacher, because she was the only one I had that was like that. This would be it. Very flowy, and she has a whole blanket thrown across her on this, so it's very exaggerated, and like she definitely made kind of a goof out of it, but a little less exaggerated, not making a goof knock at my teacher. It was super close. Right, somebody's like, yeah, that would have been one of my, she was. I could see why you took the class so many times. She was great. So the students, though, these two girls, these two mean girls who were beefing with each other, they were mean to everybody else too, but they really didn't like each other. Oh. We're back. these girls, you little monkey, hey. Ow! No, I wasn't going to leave you guys hanging. Well, their stuff was, like, one girl would come in and work on a project, make something, leave it in her cubby to dry over the next couple of days. And then the other girl would come in to do her work, and she would notice the first girl had a project in her cubby. So she'd go in, like a spiteful bitch, and break it, which would upset the first girl when she'd come back in to either work on her project again or whatever the case may be. And then she would go into the second girl's cubby, right? She would go into the girl's cubby who broke her pottery, and she would break that girl's pottery. So girl 1 would do a project, girl 2 would break it, and then girl 1 would break girl 2's project. And then for like a year or more, they just went back and forth and did this to each other's projects, like every week. One girl would come in for class while the other was out of the class and break the project of her enemy, and then the next girl would come in, be upset about her broken project, and she would go retaliate, and they just wouldn't stop. This was high school. When I got into college, the cosmetology space there, specifically, right, corporate espionage. Girls' lunches would either go, first it was they were going missing. We thought somebody was just like starving and needing, like stealing lunches out of the fridge because they needed it. One girl would go in to get her lunch and it would just not be in the fridge, in the break room fridge. But then it got to the point pretty quickly where we knew it was just out of some kind of spite, because a girl would go in to get, like, so her sandwich. I remember specifically one day there was an incident with a sandwich, and she brought a sandwich for in the morning. Indica, you're being a nuisance right now. Stop that. Thank you. I'm not mad. It's all right. You just want to play and want some cuddles. It's fun. You hungry? You want a snack? You got a snacky. Want a little treat? So one day this girl went in, she left a sandwich in the break room fridge in the morning because she knew at lunchtime she wanted to eat it, obviously. She goes in at lunchtime to get her lunch. And her sandwich is there, but it has one single bite out of it, as if somebody stuck a big fuck you right in the center of it, and then put it back. I hear one of you laughing and then saying, "Oh, that's dirty." Yeah, it's very petty. And so it obviously wasn't somebody just like, you know what I mean? It was
No, it's just to ruin their lunch. Ha 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 ha! I've been in your lunch. Now you can't eat it, and if you do, you know I've been here, bitch. Like that was the message. Just one bite off the corner. Just one, noticeable, enough to not want to touch it. I know. I was just thinking. You're usually my chill, Katie. What's up? Indicud. But it was the same thing with, I mean, like, pretty regularly this was a thing. Let's say somebody was at one of their stations in the salon and they had a client, let's say they had a cut and a color, right? They do the haircut and the color, or they do the color and the cut. They get ready for either. They have all their stuff on their station. Their shears, their color combs, their or the brushes and the comb, all of it. So they do a color and then they go to the sink to either wash a color bowl or wash a client in the sink. By the time they came back to their station a few minutes later, somebody else in the salon, another student, I would assume, had swiped. This happened regularly. I was warned about this. And I was warned about this before I ever saw it happen. And then I had noticed some of the girls were missing their stuff. So they go to wash out a client, or they'd wash up, their color bowls and brushes in the sink. And when they went back to their station a moment later, a brand new $200 set of cutting shears would be just vanished from their little workstation in front of their mirror with the client chair. And in the set and these were the lower end, right? Like these were just like standard school, like it came with the kit. There are much better shears out there than these ones, but as a baseline, it was like $200 per set, and you had so I think it was like $400 for the set total, I believe, because you had a set of cutting shears, or you had cutting shears, and then you had thinning shears, which are different. They're for texturizing and like removing weight. Like mechanics stealing tools, all scams are the same. Yeah, you're right. Long story short, chillin'. All scams are the same. The details change a little bit, the tactics change a little bit, depending on how they need to spin the story or fit it to a specific target, but yeah, either way. I don't even know if, yeah, see, Anakin's not here anymore. Night, guys. I wanted to finish the story for everybody else too, though. And I definitely want to touch base. No, I'm up in Maine. I'm up in Maine. Close to New York, but not quite. Close in comparison to some places, I suppose. Closer. It's still pricey, absolutely. But the main point to articulating that was I knew, because of that behavior and those patterns, it, like, the stuff with the instructors was the final straw for me. I knew that that was not a industry and a field that I wanted to be in.
I did not want to work around people like that. I was like, is this? People like you are going to be my colleagues in a salon? Fuck this. This is not the place for me. I got in it. Also, I realized most of the girls in there had much different reasons than I did for being there. I started cosmetology school because I wanted to be able to make people feel beautiful about themselves by the time they walked out of my chair station. But I quickly realized two things. Yes, again, like I love and appreciate the Aphrodite self-care training. I love it. I use it. However, I saw that a lot of these other people were not into this career field for the same reasons that I was. They were there for very fake, vain, shallow. These were like the mean girl cheerleaders who peaked in high school and ended up having nothing else to do with their lives but simply cosmetology. It's like they collected there. The peaked in high school prom queens and mean girl cheerleaders who just washed up. And back to that first point, I knew that there were much, not that I'm upset about the training, like I said. I knew that there were much better and much deeper ways to make people feel beautiful about themselves. Beauty is only skin deep. I don't really care what people look like so much as I care about who they are. Like if you're pretty, you're pretty, right? But if you're an asshole, I don't give a fuck if you look nice, if you think you look nice. I don't. It's a bad mask. And I see through it. So sure. Take care of the car, the vessel, but do not forget to take note of what's underneath the hood. Tell I was partially raised in a garage auto shop. It wasn't my favorite place to be at all. No. Mostly because that's where I ended up with the abuse household, mostly. I don't talk to him anymore. Nonetheless, no, don't stay where you have to rob to succeed. And no, it's not even just about that. Like, I didn't have to do those things. I wasn't doing those things, but I didn't want to be around people. Like, these are supposed to be college students. I didn't want to be around people like that. I'm like, these are college girls. And they're training to go into a career field at a salon. This is who I'm going to end up in a salon with? For no. And then they started pulling the embezzlement training hours shit. I'm like, no, you can, no, I'm done with you. Toodles, Sigma. And then the business got shut down. But that's the toss-up. Is it a toxic situation that you need to just push through and like not give up or give up on yourself when they want you to? Or is this the universe trying to guide you in a different direction? I mean, like the training, I still use the training. I don't regret it. But man, those people were toxic. Do you know who I hung out with there? There were not very many. There were, oh hey Anakin. There were a few older ladies, like 50 to 65 years old. They had gotten in later in life, obviously, and they decided it's what they wanted to do. And oh, you know what was sad too? One of my favorite people, I realized it was a handful of years. I think she died of cancer, if I recall. A handful of years later, she passed away. She was older though. She was like one of the 60, almost 65. But there was this mousy little church girl. I remember she had a prized secret recipe for this like chocolate cake. Very church girl. And then there was this eclectic, she and I were a vibe, actually, very much soul sisters on levels. But this eclectic, fun little artistic, I just loved her. Her name was Joyce, and she was a joy to be around. And then there were about three or four older ladies, again, like 50s to 65-ish. And they just were mature enough or, because not everybody who's older is mature. More specifically, they were mature enough and just didn't have the patience, the time, and the energy. They also had the responsibility and the recognition that if they're investing this money into schooling, they should probably get the schooling out of it and just get out, especially being that they were in their 50s to like 60s that didn't really have or want to waste the time, you know. So they just kind of kept to themselves, kept their heads down, and did their work. And I stuck with them or by myself. Yep, that's it. Anakin, if you want to come back at any point or need to do so, feel free, and we can just check in and navigate this. I would say trust your intuition and what your gut is telling you. But it's nice to know and have confirmation too sometimes. Because I don't want you to let people push you out of a position that is, it's if it's a mission for you. If it's like a soul path, a soul purpose, God sending you to, I don't know, connect with whoever you're being called to connect with. But if it's best for you to move in a different direction, whether it's that you realize there's a better place for you, or you find another way to use the training that you have in another way. Like, I still use the stuff that I know, that I learned. I just don't use it. I mean, really, I used it the other day, actually. Usually it's just myself, but I did have somebody connected to Nana Rose asked me for a haircut last week, so I gave it. So we're missing guards, though. Clippers are missing guards. Not mine. I got down there and they said that they had all the equipment I need, and they were like kitchen scissors and the thing was missing guards. Oh my
Did my best with what I had. I don't even know if I have my own shears anymore. I might have them kicking around somewhere, but yeah. For buying somebody water, it seems targeted, you know. Like they wouldn't villainize a cop for doing that, would they? Or a doctor or a nurse. A lot of those people have government jobs and such. They just don't, it doesn't make sense in that regard. If anything, oftentimes it's situations like that where when people who have the authority and the power or the resources to help, they don't help, where they could be a life or death situation like that, they get flack for it. They get public heat and backlash. So seems like it's jealousy and or that they're wanting, I don't know how they're going to play it, but if they're wanting you to take the coursework again or even partially and pay for it, yeah, that's financial scam. But otherwise, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not still doing that, even if it's not money involved. Or here's another one. If they know that you're a fit for a job, that they want somebody who's more manipulatable or who's already dirty and on their side to fill instead of somebody they know is more liked and might oppose them as a result of being a light worker. Yeah, I see it. I've seen it before. They're threatened by you. They don't want you to get their certificate. No. I'm hearing now, this is something that's good for you, and don't let anybody else like push you around or tell you. You need to fight for what's right and you need to fight for what's yours. I heard you already put the work in. They're not allowed to. I'm seeing a kitchen, like you put all the time and the effort in, you bought the ingredients to bake the cake, you measured out every single ingredient and you made it from scratch. Now they want to take the cake from you. Because what? You decided since you had a whole ass cake, you could spare a little corner slice of it to somebody who was starving, so to speak. Yeah, I've seen it before. Definitely come back. I feel like we need to check on this and go deeper, but that right off the cuff, I wasn't sure which way, but I'll listen. I hear don't give up. Is it working with kids? Do you work with kids? Or it's just in passing that they like you? I just heard those kids need you. That's why I ask. I don't understand exactly what they mean. Working with, oh, okay. I'm picking up you're going to have kids come to you and tell you things. Could be about, I don't know exactly what this is. It doesn't necessarily have to be abuse or something like that, but it's something that's like they feel safe to tell you things that maybe they might not feel safe to tell other people. It gives you the ability to help people. Yeah, here, why don't they come to me like that? You have people threatened. They feel like you outshine them. They feel less than when you're around. And that's fine. Maybe they should. Are you doing too much or are they not enough? It's the latter. But yeah, don't let people push you around. Mr. Sam, right.
Mr. Sam. Uh-oh. They called you to the principal? Like a student in trouble. The kids knew. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, they probably picked it up intuitively. But also, that's a pattern. Such and such, please come to the principal's office. Usually not ideal. I hear don't give up on them, but also remember that no matter who tries to come against you, that you have. As long as you stay in the upright. Here, you can't lose if you do it for the right reasons. I got a download about this earlier, not this, but like something like this. You can't lose if you're doing things for the right reasons. It was like in regards to God was saying something in regards to these toxic people trying to shadow ban me and like false flag my accounts and all the stuff. I mean, like, they're wanting me to not be successful, which really is just going to backfire on them. But a lot of these people are facing karma, like they're feeling like they're either not successful or they won't be successful. It's this weird competition thing that they delusionally put themselves in without my knowledge, permission, or consent, and then got mad when they were still losing. Like secretly put themselves in competition and then get mad when they're still losing. And so they start to catch karma. Things don't work out for them. And then they get mad at me. And so they come here and they try to shut my accounts down and what have you. But you don't see me doing that. I'm not going over there and for false reporting their accounts or even looking them up. I'm not going over there to harass them or like I'm over here hanging out in my house, in my living room, and minding my business with my people. They're the ones who don't know how to mind their own business and stay away from me. It's not my fault. So comfortable with the principal's office, right? Like they want to be me so bad, but they're doing things that I would never do to try to compete with me or become me. You can't do those things and earn the rank that I do because those are foul things. You want to try to emulate an angel, but you're acting like a demon. What do you mean? No, they think me standing up for myself and pulling out my sword, standing side by side with Archangel Michael, is me being so mean and demonic, but that's just me defending myself against demons. Have you not ever seen the painting of Archangel Michael with his foot on the devil's throat and a blade in his hand? Come on. Archangel Michael wields a sword and a shield. Don't play. People have this delusion where they think angels are all love and light and everything, and they are, but they'll also kick your ass and protect on behalf of the divine. What do you mean? Hello? I just heard two sides to every coin, right? Flip the wrong side of that Gemini switch. You know, our Archangel Zadkiel, hello, that be me, bitch, is a Gemini. Color? Purple. Stone, lapis lazuli. Happened to be the first one I ever bought. Oh, it's 2:22 on the clock. Exactly. A royal stone at that. Cleopatra and Isis. I've got a beautiful piece of it actually I want made into a pendant. It's just about finding the right jeweler to do it. It's a really, really gorgeous piece and I don't want anybody to fuck it up. It's this perfectly, like, almost like triangular shape. It would fit so nicely right between the center of my collarbones. I want it done right. Need somebody with also with a vision, like myself, and the ability to bring it to form. Collaborative efforts. So I've been waiting. But I digress. If you show love, they come for you. They do. No ball bending. Hi, Austin. That's it. That's been a big theme lately. Our joy brings them, it reminds them that they're miserable and their misery wants company. They don't like to see other people shine. They can't stand other people's happiness. Try to emulate an angel but act like a demon. It's true. But that's pretty much it. And then they wonder why they get worse karma. In some cases, I think that some of them think that, like, we're doing things to them. No, dude. You're getting karma for not minding your business. Even I got ready to come on screen today, and the high school bully, again, today, stalking so much, she left her digital footprint all over my feed again. I'm playing this shit. These people are crazy, and they're obsessed with me. It's been like 15 years, dude. Get a grip. Who does that? That's a mental instability for sure. I'm not going on your page and stalking you, false reporting your shit, or doing anything. I'm mind my business. They're still stalking me. Like I said, we're not the same. We never were. Dress like me, they did. Some of them tried to dress like me, walk like me, talk like me, but they're still criminal pieces of shit underneath the mask. It just is what it is. Thank you. That little triangle point right there, it's the perfect shape. Just sit right there. Almost like a choker style, like a drop choker though. Depends, I suppose. I just know what I like, what frames me. Me? I said that? I said... hold on, Holmes. I'm trying to follow what you're saying, but you're asking a question, and also you can ask me, Ghost. You want to know one thing? You said in the other stream, I said that I know the real Austin. They had fake accounts, you said. Who had fake accounts? Oh. Yeah, no. When people, come through with fraud accounts. You can send me an email if it's something sensitive, Ghost. I said I know the real hoodlum bloodline? Or you know? I'm so confused. I don't remember saying that. Am I misunderstanding you? Thank you. I'm just a little confused. I do remember saying something about either like it was when somebody was causing drama. It was something like, I don't even remember, a few weeks ago, I don't remember, a while ago, a little bit ago. Something about either like you know me, you know I'll pop off on these people if I need to, put them in their place, or it was one of those situations where I was saying like I know my viewers better than that. Or I know Austin will understand, or something like that. Yeah, sometimes when people try to come stir the pot, I go, Austin, where art thou? And usually you show up pretty quickly after that. Like a summoning. Conjure you up. But yeah. You silly goose. Thanks for making me laugh. The album cover. Oh God. You do though. Austin coined a bunch of terms on this channel. Album cover with a baseball bat and a signature move. I laugh so hard every time I see that. Cheers. Alright, whoa, killer. Happy full moon. I mean, they tried to kill me. No reverse, right? It's only fair. Cheers. To be clear, I'm not going out to assassinate anybody. However, I noticed that their karma's catching up pretty quickly. And if it's not immediately, it's that it's finally all just like the slingshot finally released. There was so much tension for so long. Every time they did something, they didn't always see an immediate return on the backfire of karma, but it didn't go away. It just sat there and collected in a slingshot. And every time another boulder, karmic boulder, a bunch of nonsense that they were spinning, got set in that slingshot, the tension got worse because it was heavier. But eventually, the elastic breaks. Whatever was tying it down snaps, and it goes back harder and faster at them than they threw it out, and all at once, often. Some of them won't. Here's something. I was picking this up earlier. Some of them won't survive this backfire. Some of these people won't be here by the time the karmic cycle's done. Like they won't survive it. But remember that that's what they wanted for us. Yep. KO'd. Julian. Like I said, I noticed with the dirty cops, somebody was writing on one of their posts earlier today that they saw in the police blotter that there were a number of suicides, but they wanted that for me. They were sending that energy out at me. Spiritual ricochet is real. It's very real. It's karmic backlash. It's divine backlash. And then I also, in that article I laughed at earlier where that Masonic cop was saying something about Edgecombe. I earn respect in the community. What a joke. Right in the header, too. Oh. So you're the butt of it. It was going down his life story because it was a retirement thing. And it was saying, anybody here remember the story I told you where the domestic abuser and his crooked lawyer went and made a false police report about me to the police, and then they had subpoenaed the police to go repeat the lies to the court as if two criminals and a dirty cop repeating the same perjury to a judge suddenly made it legally binding or viable, as if three of them repeating the same lie made it credible, but it was them against me. And I heard that's not fair. No, it's not. And there were dirty judges in the mix too, actually. Block. What? Block certified ratchetness? What is that? What does you mean, like prison block? What is that? What are you talking about, man? Or like, oh, on the streets. Got that street cred. I don't know what you're talking about. I almost kill it. I love you, though. Right, that was, yes. It was Eisworth. It was Van Horn. It was, I have to double check on the paperwork. It's one of those cops. And one of the same dirty ones in the mix. And they wanted to go tell, I think it was Harrigan, maybe. But either way, one of their fellow police officers died, right? They went to go lie about me in court, and there was a police officer named Luke Gross, and he pulled over somebody or was doing a routine traffic stop, I guess, on the side of the road, and then another car came by and hit him while he was pulling somebody else over, I think, if if I recall, is how it went. And he died. So all the police officers who were on duty, including the one who was going to spend his day lying about me in court to a judge for George and Van Horn, they had to stop what they were doing, drop what they were doing, and then go deal with their fellow dead officer instead. But in that retirement article that popped up on my page today about Edgecombe, it said that way back, many years ago, he had a friend who was an officer, I guess. And this is before he became a police officer. And I guess this police officer was hit by a car going by, or he was crashed into during a routine traffic stop. And apparently that's what got Kevin Edgecombe into wanting to be a police officer in the first place, only for him to become a dirty cop. And in the midst of him becoming a dirty cop and being the lieutenant of the police officer and the master of the Freemasons, Luke Gross had the same thing happen to him as a karmic repercussion for trying to fuck with me. God made sure their hands were busy and they had to focus elsewhere that day. So Van Horn and George did go into court and try to lie about me by themselves, but they couldn't pin on me what they wanted to try to pin on me with a dirty cop's help, because they were too busy trying to deal with their dead friend. That's what God showed me. I don't know if Luke Gross was a good guy or not. If he was, that means that an innocent man was killed by the ricochet of the karmic backfire from his fellow dirty cop officers. And that means that Luke Gross's son, because I know he had at least one kid, is now going to grow up without a father. Maybe he was a dirty cop and that's why he was also knocked out too. I don't know. I'm not claiming to know that. I'm not picking that up psychically or not. I'll tell you, sometimes I need to sit with things for a minute. If I don't know, I'll tell you. When I do, I will. I'll wait for God, though. But what I do know is that he got hit by ricochet, whether he was a dirty cop or not, it hit him. Because they were being dirty in the same department. In the same couple of departments. So I think he actually was from the other, like he was from like Ellsworth or Trenton or something, but we just saw, right, in that blackout the other day with Nana Rose and all of that, we saw this news article come out on how it was so important for them to work together, and they do such a great job of working together when they want to, though, just not when it comes to actually protecting civilians. Oh, when it actually comes to protecting women and children from convicted domestic abusers. Who have a prior outstanding criminal history of abuse, and also compulsory lying, which you can Google in George's criminal record. That's what pops up on Google. Most of his crimes, the worst ones, actually don't pop up on Google. You don't see those unless you buy his criminal record from the state of Maine for $30 to $40. But if you want to do that, his name is George Clinton Eisworth, and his birthday is April 21st, April 21st, 1991. Make sure you spell it right. And the domestic abuse charges were knocked down. They couldn't even fully prosecute him because I wouldn't press charges on him at the time.
it did go on his record though, and he went to jail and he pled guilty, and he wrote me letters apologizing and confessing to jail and saying that my daughter shouldn't know him or be around him, and he was right. But then he got out and decided that being an abusive junkie was more fun than taking accountability when he was stuck between, in his words, 4 concrete walls with nothing to bounce his thoughts off of but 4 concrete walls in jail. And he said in this letter that he had his 2 days in jail, it's the longest he'd ever been sober. He got right back out and was not sober anymore and decided that he wanted to terrorize my life. And the temporary lapse in his perceived judgment that he made in telling me the truth was something he just wanted to forget. Apparently. But I kept record of that. But if you Google his name, what does pop up is an old charge from many years ago where at one point when he got pulled over or was being questioned by police, he lied and he gave a false name to them and they found out. So he was charged with lying to the police. He was charged with making up fabrications in order to try to dodge any kind of criminal consequences. And also, if it was a real person's name, that meant setting someone else, an innocent person, up to be investigated or looked into or have some kind of crime pinned on them that they didn't even do. It's been a pattern for him for a long time. I don't know who he did it to, but it was somebody else, and I think it was before he met me, actually. This is the jacked world. Keep your chin up no matter what. Always a hoodlum. The bloodline hoodlum. Oh, I do remember that comment. Oh. I do remember that. I said, I know you. Something like that. It was bits of conversation. We have lots of conversations here. I do remember that. No. Clinton. Clinton. He hates his middle name. Really, that's why I say it out loud. Also, so there's no chance of confusing this criminal with any other person. But because he fucking hates his middle name, I make a point to add it in there out loud anytime I have to articulate. Just because I know that rubs him the extra wrong way. Gives his hemorrhoidal ass an extra spiritual wedgie. Funny. Yeah, well. You said something else. Going through spiritual war. That's what it is. Manifesting physically, but Eisworth had a plan with my... Oh, absolutely. Oh, the long con with her. And then the kidnapping and all of that, that was also... I mean, they were planning this. The inheritance theft, like when my grandma, they were planning all of that. That was part of why they kept her hostage, because they needed to try to claim that they had reason to have access to her money, right? If they keep the child hostage, they think that they can take the child's inheritance. If they claim that the mother is crazy, then they try to keep the mother from getting her inheritance. She's crazy. She's crazy because she's a psychic medium. Don't even look into the crimes that we're actually really committing and leaving a massive ass paper trail about that's very verifiable. Just listen to our bold-faced lies and don't believe anything she says.
Just because she's a spiritual medium, even though we're doing fucking cult magic and rituals on the side. Yeah. Bigoted hypocrites. So, anyway, that being said, no, we'll get through it, guys. I notice a pattern. It's not just me. I notice that a lot of us are going through very similar types of oppression. The situation might be a little bit different and like the dynamic, but Chillin said it earlier brilliantly, simply put, which was that grifting is grifting. It's all the same scam at the end of the day in one form or another. We got it. Don't give up. Unless people are getting a call to let go of certain things and situations because we're outgrowing them, don't give up. Because there are situations like that where they're just not the people or places for you, for me, for whoever. Like, we've outgrown certain things, situations, people, we're moving on and letting go, and it's fine. But on the flip side, we've had missions, we've been working really hard towards certain things, and we're not supposed to give up on those. That's what God has been calling us, pushing us, encouraging us to do. And that is where these people have been trying to bully us, shame us, intimidate us, overwhelm us into feeling, thinking, or just being so exhausted that we give up, or that we should. But they're basically just trying to implant negative seeds of doubt and thought. It's their own insecurities that they're wishing on others. No. No paint chips allowed. No, man, no sir. You guys are funny. I just heard headhunter. Is that what they call it? Bounty hunter too? Headhunter? Mm-hmm. No, sir. Not the only ex I've noticed stalking my page lately either, but I've just been ignoring them because I don't care. They're not important. They just need to go away. It's a little stressful. Yeah, it doesn't make me feel nice or safe to deal with them. They're toxic. I don't want them. Get out. Look, you give me hives. You're giving me hives. I'm allergic to your bullshit. Stop that. Yeah. Give me a second. They are full of regret. They were about to be. Hear this. No, I have these people blocked. But unfortunately, YouTube does this thing where it's the only platform that does this. If you block people on other platforms, they're gone. They can't see you, you can't see them, they can't comment, there's no notifications, nothing, they're gone. They can't even look up your name unless it's from a burner account. But on YouTube, that's not the case. Now, when you block people, they still watch. They still stalk, a lot of them. They can still leave comments. And I do sometimes get the notifications of them. Now, when you go to check them, they're gone because YouTube automatically deletes them because they're blocked. But
like, then why send the notification through at all? Like, kind of, I'm glad to know that these assholes are still steady lurking, stalking. That's not new, though. But on the flip side, who the fuck cares? Just keep them away from me. I blocked them for a reason. Fix it. Right. It's like standing on the street looking in someone's window. It's gross. No, but I've had people going on my videos, like in my shorts feeds, on my dancing or singing clips, and commenting. Some of the trolls, some people who were trolling me in the chat here that were blocked like weeks or months ago have been this week coming back incessantly and commenting on like every one of the videos that I post, begging me. Some of them know that they're blocked, begging me to unblock them. Calling me beautiful and this, all the things. When you go to look at the comment, it pops up on the notifications and it tells me what they're saying, but when I go to click on the video to see it or respond, it's gone because YouTube has already nixed it since they're blocked, but it's still letting me know that they tried and what they said in some cases. That's not normal. That's weird. That's not blocking at that point. Blocked where? What do you mean? Deleting the comment for me isn't blocking them. It's moderation. It's not actually effectively upholding a block. Oh, I got a bunch of those this week.
Turning tables under your thumb, I can't breathe. I won't let you close enough to hurt me. I won't let you just to hurt me. I can't give you what you think you gave me. It's time to say goodbye. Turning tables, turning tables. Under haunted skies I see. Where I've lost the ghost is found. I break the heart that starts to leave you. As hard as you try, no, I will never be knocked down. I can't keep up with your turning tables under your thumb. I can't lose. I won't let you close enough to hurt me. No, I won't ask you to just desert me. I can't give you what you think you gave me. It's time to say goodbye to turning tables. Turning tables. Next time I'll be braver. I'll be my own savior when the thunder comes for me. Next time I'll be braver. I'll be my own.
No, I could tell.
standing.
It's okay. I could tell when I was having trouble reading your first two comments, but it's fine. I love you, man. Thanks for vibing out.
I won't let you
Hi, you monkey. You. Oh, somebody's angry. Are you okay? You're so cranky. Oh, Mr. Mullen, where'd you go? Yeah, I'm picking up a couple of things. Two things. Ugh. The karmics, the criminals, not the dirty cops I'm talking about, they're realizing that they're defeated and they're feeling such. Like sniveling inside themselves at this point. That kind of an energy. But there are some dirty cops who are feeling quite arrogant and combative and retaliative, and they're wanting to set me. Hello, Bar Harbor Police Department, wanting to set me up with some kind of false charge or allegation or some shit, inciting whatever slander at this point, because they're trying to disprove what I'm saying, or it's like a humiliation ritual. But let me set her up with some kind of false arrest, and then people won't take anything she's saying credibly, and we'll be able to get away with our crimes and keep our jobs. And no, fuck you. And it's something like, oh, she's violent, or she's threatening our lives, or I'm not threatening anybody. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not coming after you. I am pressing legal charges, and that's what you're scared about. So stop trying to put words in my mouth and set people up. Got it? Cool. You're done now. You're finished. And I'm making sure that your careers are over, but legally and non-violently. You don't have to worry about that, but I know you're not worried about that. You're police officers with guns, right? You've been threatening me in my house. Stay seated. Thank you. Ain't no fun when little bunny's got the gun, is it? Hop. Happy Easter, bitches.
On ways she could handle it herself, which was why she'd installed those bars on her windows. All of this is to say, Cassie knew that Patrice was genuinely terrified of her stalker, who Patrice referred to as Big Bastard. And she was worried about what the stalker might do next. So, after Cassie was done with her shift that day, she tried to get in touch with Patrice one more time. But when she couldn't reach her yet again, Cassie called the police and asked them to go do a wellness check.
I'd do it for you,
That
Austin.
evening, a deputy from
That one was genuine.
drove up to Patrice's house and parked in front. And immediately, he could tell something was wrong. The front door of her house was clearly smashed in, and there was
God damn, I heard.
laying across her porch steps and was spraying water everywhere, like the water had just been left on. And so the deputy got out of his cruiser and he walked over to the house.
Stacy, flying
found the
monkeys,
turnoff
that's
for
right.
the water on the side of the house, and then he walked up the front steps of the porch. And as he did this, he was constantly looking around and listening, trying to figure out what was going on here. I mean, he didn't know if there was an active threat inside the house. He had no idea what he was walking into. And so he's on the porch, and before going in through the front door, which was obviously, smashed open, he looked in a window to see if he could see into the house to gauge what was going on here. And when he looked inside the house, the first thing he saw was blood all over the floor.
Can I
At
help
that
you?
point,
Where's
he
the brush?
unholstered his gun. And so now, with his gun raised, the deputy stepped into the house. He slowly walked through the living room, listening for any signs of sudden movement or an indication there was someone still in the house, but he didn't hear anything. And so there didn't appear to be an intruder present right now, but there was also no sign of Patrice. All he saw was that blood towards the front of the house. That was it. And so the deputy, he left the living room and walked towards the kitchen. And as soon as he stepped across the threshold into the kitchen, he breathed in and just kind of held his breath, because what he saw was just chaos. All the cabinets were open, and all over the floor were remnants of all the food that likely was in the cabinets, like pieces of food and ripped up packaging and broken jars. A window at the far end of the room was also smashed, and the security bars that Patrice had put on the window were bent and hanging by their hinges. There was actually so much just debris and just
No, that one was towards the
chaos
dirty
in
cops.
the kitchen that at first the deputy didn't register what was actually laying in the center of the kitchen on the floor. But then when his brain sort of processed
I'm just grateful to have happy little boys
realized
over
what he
here.
was looking at was Patrice,
Fuzzy babies.
at least what was left of her. But she no longer looked human because her body had literally been torn apart. The deputy quickly left the house and called in his terrible discovery to the sheriff. And within an hour, Patrice's property was swarming with police and crime scene techs and a forensic expert who specialized in this type of scene, and detectives fanned out all across the area and began speaking to Patrice's neighbors. And because pretty much everyone in the neighborhood had been experiencing the same type of break-ins and property damage that Patrice had been, it actually didn't take long for police to develop a profile of Patrice's killer. Their conclusion was that very likely the killer was the same individual who was harassing everybody else. But what officials couldn't understand is why had everybody else experienced effectively minor vandalism, but Patrice went from minor vandalism to really excessive violence. And this required developing a profile of Patrice. And so as police searched for her killer, they were also working on reconstructing Patrice's movements on the final day of her life. And at first, in their efforts, really they were just stumped. I mean, all she had done on that day, as far as they could tell, were some basic chores. But as they dug into what those chores consisted of, they found two things that actually explained everything. It would turn out that every day for the past couple of years, Patrice had been making two terrible mistakes.
Oh no.
She fed her cats out on the porch, and she emptied her compost into the garden. And these two actions ultimately were what sort of attracted her stalker, Big Bastard, to her home.
It was a
Because Big
bear.
Bastard was a black bear.
Ah,
He loved to eat
motherfucker.
cat food and kitchen compost scraps. And eventually, he decided that Patrice was food too.
You're a fucking bear. I knew it. Here, I have something to show you. Might be on the phone. The laptop, I may have taken screenshots on the other one. Here it is. Actually, no, I think this was a different one, but it popped up the other day. I have the screenshots on here, I think. But this is the Bar Harbor Police Department's version of like the news. And it's written, it's Bar Harbor Bar Harbor Story, substack.com. But this particular news broadcast is put out by a police officer who got fired for being violent with a civilian. So a dirty cop. And they just let him write the papers instead. But there have been black bear sightings around here on the other side of the island, and it popped up on my feed from like it was like a Bar Harbor police post or something like that the other day. And somebody left a comment in the comment section, and I responded saying I'd choose the bear over the Bar Harbor Police Department at this point. It was a black bear too.
So, on that day in early November of 2023, when Patrice fed her cats and emptied her compost for the last time, Big Bastard waited until Patrice was in bed and then broke into her house and savagely killed her. By the time the deputy arrived at Patrice's home, Big Bastard had been eating Patrice's body for days. And so what he saw in the kitchen was what was left of her. Black bears are not typically dangerous to people. In fact, Patrice was the first known black bear fatality in California history. But it was exactly that sort of lack of perceived danger,
You're missing
which is why
half your
officials
comment, mate.
didn't help Patrice or any of her other neighbors get rid of these black bears when they were coming into their neighborhood and causing all this property damage and all this alarm. They basically said, what's the worst they could do? Thank you so much
You
for
make me
watching
want to have a
today's
drink
episode.
with you, man.
Let
I
me know
bet
what
we'd
you
be
thought of it
funny
in the
as
comments
shit.
below. And
And I don't
remember,
even
we
drink.
have a whole playlist of places you can't go.
I'm not doing that though. I do want some water. I have a bit of vodka in the cabinet from like a year or two ago, but it doesn't expire. No, probably 2 years ago now. And a couple of apple ciders, cold apple ciders, canned ciders from the fall. I've just been putting them out here and there for Mr. Tony, spirit team. But I do want some water. Someday. Maybe. Bears? Absolutely. But the argument is that if a bear, I mean, like, you know, bears are probably going to attack you. It's just what bears do. You know, so if you come across a bear, hopefully they don't attack you, but, you know, there's a good chance that they might. But you expect that with the bear. People shouldn't have to expect that with, like, police officers and such. The argument is, would you choose a bear? Like, if you were to come across a bear in the forest or a man in the forest, like, which one would you prefer? Well, I know the bear might want to eat me and kill me, but the man might want to eat me and kill me and rape me and torture me and all kinds of weird shit that the bear won't. So do I take the risk? Because he might be a good guy, but what if he's not? I'll take my chances with the bear. Certainly over the BHPD. Makes him look real bad when they took an oath, a sworn oath to protect and serve, doesn't it? And then joined a cult instead. Oh dear. Okay, this is a lawyer. This is a dad chats. And he and his wife do this account together.
My 9-year-old
with their millions of
now
kids.
I need to mentally recover. Brought back a lot of bad memories. First of all, if you're a parent, then you know April Fool's is just the dumbest day of the year.
Okay. And they have a couple of kids, a handful of them. One of them they call Ranch Baby. There's another one, slightly older one, they call Danger Baby.
They have no idea how it works, so most of the day they're just like, "Hey, Dad, April Fools." What? Yes, occasionally they get it right. Like last year, my 2-year-old said, "Dad, I love you, April Fools." But today was just like full-on crying.
That was probably
There's a
Ranch
sheet of
Baby.
paper about marshmallow farming. It says that she needs to do this assignment for tomorrow about marshmallow farming. See, I know nothing about marshmallow farming. It did not occur to me to be like, marshmallow farming. On top of the sheet, it says that you got to read the slides to answer the questions. She's like, "We didn't get any slides. This is so unfair. I don't understand it." It goes back and forth for minutes where I'm like, "Oh, okay, so like if I email your teacher right now, I'd just be like, hey, we don't have marshmallow farming slides. What do we do?" You're telling me she's going to be like, tough luck? And from the back, she instantly turns her tears into laughter and rips it up and says, "April Fools." In order for you to understand how traumatic this is, I need us to travel back to first grade Dylan. I asked my dad how the heck April Fools started and what it is. He told me this very elaborate story about the year 1347 in a small European village called Flumperdorf. It was a very silly name, but it had a very serious tradition. That tradition was called the Festival of Intelligence. The goal every year was to see who the smartest person in the village was. The winner of that contest got to wear a golden hat, take control over all the village decisions for an entire year, and maintain unlimited bread privileges, which was a big deal back then in 1347. All the villagers would compete in these intense intellectual challenges, come up with new names for vegetables, argue about the clouds, have staring contests with goats, and then one year, this man named Fulthark entered the contest. Instead of answering any of the questions, he would just stand up and say, "I'm above your questions. I am too smart to answer these. You are the fools." And then he declared, "I win this contest, the Festival of Intelligence." And then he sat down. All the judges, who were made up of past winners, started whispering to each other, "Maybe he is a genius. What if we are the fools? Do smart people refuse tests?" And after about 20 minutes, they declared Fulthark the winner. Then, within 3 days, Fulthark got rid of all the signs in the village, declared those goats honorary citizens, and apparently he attempted to tax the sun. The village quickly realized that they had been tricked. For years, that day, which was April 1st, was called Happy Tricky Day. That sounded weird, so they changed it to Happy Fulthark Day. And they realized that was way weirder, so then they just changed it to Fool's Day. Happy Fool's Day. April Fool's Day. I was told this by my dad, by my parents, whom I trust. And obviously I went to school and told everyone about it.
Is that a real
I didn't
story?
know that it was an April Fool's joke. I thought it was dead serious. I said, "You're fooling us." And I made a complete fool of myself. Am I Fulthark? Is the question. My 9-year-old just April Fools me, and now I need to mention April Fools is just the dumbest day of the year. They have no idea how it works, so most of the day they're just like, "Hey, Dad, April Fools." What? Yes, occasionally they get it right. Like last year, my 2-year-old said, "Dad, I love you, April Fools." But today it was different. He gets in the car, just like,
Oh my God, the
full-on
build-up.
crying,
That was
using
a
this
dead
sheet of
ringer.
paper about marshmallow. It says that she needs to do this assignment for tomorrow about marshmallow farming. See, I know nothing about marshmallow
hot.
farming. It did not occur to me to be like, marshmallow farming. On top of the sheet, it says that you got to read the slides to answer the questions. She's like, "We didn't get any slides.
His
This
dad
so
is an
unfair. I
evil
don't
genius."
understand it." It goes back and forth for minutes. I'm like, "Oh, okay, so like if I email your teacher right now and just be like, hey, we don't have marshmallow
was
farming
funny as
slides.
fuck.
What do we do?"
You
You're telling
have
me
to
she's
listen.
going to be like, tough luck? And from the back,
Your
she
tough
instantly
titties
turns
hit
her
the
tears
kitties
into
and the
laughter
milk went
rips
dry.
out. It says, "April Fools." In order for you to understand how traumatic this is, I need us to travel back to first grade Dylan. I asked my dad how the heck April Fools
How we
started
used to
and
say
what
that.
it is. And he told me this very elaborate story about the year 1347 in a small European village. The village was called Flumperdorf. It was a very silly name, but it had a very serious tradition. That tradition was called the Festival of Intelligence. The goal every year was to see who the smartest person in the village was. The winner of that contest got to wear a golden hat, take control over all the village decisions for an entire year, and maintain unlimited bread privileges, which was a big deal back then in 1347. All the villagers would compete in these intense intellectual challenges, come up with new names for vegetables, argue about the clouds, have staring contests with goats, and then one year, this man named Fulthark entered the contest. Instead of answering any of the questions, he would just stand up and say, I'm above your questions. I am too smart to answer these. You are the fools. And then he declared, I won this contest, the Festival of Intelligence. And then he sat down. All the judges, who were made up of past winners, started whispering to each other, maybe he is a genius. What if we are the fools? Do smart people refuse tests? And after about 20 minutes, they declared Fulthark the winner. Then, within 3 days, Fulthark got rid of all the signs in the village, declared those goats honorary citizens, and apparently he attempted to tax the sun. The village quickly realized that they had been tricked. For years, that day, which was April 1st, was called Happy Tricky Day. That sounded weird, so they changed it to Happy Fulthark Day. And they realized that was way weirder, so then they just changed it to Fool's Day. Happy Fool's Day. April Fool's Day. I was told this by my dad, by my parents, whom I trust. And obviously I went to school and told everyone about it. And I didn't know that it was an April Fool's joke. I thought it was dead serious, and I was very upset when everyone said, you're April Foolsing us. And I made a complete fool of myself. Am I Fulthark? Is the question. A 9-year-old just April Fooled
Am I
me, and now
Fulthark? I did not expect that. It's hard to surprise me. Oh, shit. Oh, got me, man. Oh, God. Your last comment. It's missing half the comment. Oh gosh. Let me do one more thing. Where's that deck? Ark. Sounds like a Viking name. Where is the deck? Okay, well, I guess we can. Check this one. Yeah. Tell me, please. Thank you. I have to go in a minute. I have something to do in the morning. An appointment. Grounding. Freedom. So I didn't
don't know where the deck is that I was going to grab initially, but the question is, like, what magic, what spellcraft and such have these people been trying to do, or what have they been trying to block with negative energy? Freedom and grounding came out. So they want people to be distracted and disoriented or not focused, become, see the deer, and free. They don't want you to become free. They don't want you to free yourself from whatever nonsense, confusion, oppression, distractions, whatever. Create. Keeper of dreams. They don't want you to create your dream life or fulfill your dream life, right? Happy love and romantic relationships, business success, financial stability, home and family life. They don't want us to have those things because they feel like they don't have those things, or they don't want other people to have. I had to read yeah, look. I had to reset the feed because it just did the spinning reconnect thing. But usually when I do that, if I don't notice it, the screen goes black, so you can't see me and or hear me, and it doesn't actually continue to record unless I reset it. So it's a thing, but I noticed. So they didn't want me to speak on this. They either do not want people to reach their dreams and their goals because they, like, let's say they were mocking somebody or trying to bully somebody. When that person levels up and hits a level of success that they either didn't expect or they didn't want people to reach, they feel like it makes them look stupid or it makes them look worse. They either feel like, well, I don't have those things, so I don't want you to have those things, or I feel better than you if you don't have those things, then so I don't want you to have those things. I mean, that's delusional, but that's what they're thinking. Some kind of weird competition. Boundaries. Keeper of waves. So they're trying to stir the pot and either disturb or distort boundaries, but we're setting healthy boundaries to block out these pot stirrers. Permission in reverse. They do not have permission. I picked something up about that as well, whether it's an energetic influence or someone just being nasty to you. One of the best things you can do, it's kind of similar to I rebuke you or I rebuke that, is I do not consent. It's very simple. It's a verbal and energetic boundary. As long as you uphold it, it can translate spiritually as well. Relief, forgiveness. Right, like, I might forgive you for being a waspy ass little karmic, but I'm not going to give you the opportunity to sting me again. Priorities. I've bigger fish to fry, and you need to go mind your business and get your temper under control. I don't need to sit there and heal from another bee sting. You need to stay away from people. And it's like a situation where these wasps, they'll go and try to make a nest in somebody's, or at the roof from the eave of somebody's already pre-existing home, and then they have the fucking audacity while trying to build their home on the side of someone else's roof, someone else's home that they're already living in. They have the audacity to get territorial. This is an analogy for these karmics, because this is what they're coming up as. That the homeowners of the house that they attached and built their new nest on are coming in and out of the house that was already there before the nest was built. What do you mean? How are you going to have the audacity to sting people for walking through when you shouldn't have attached your house to theirs or tried to make what was not yours yours? Thank you. Because that's what it is. And then they think we're mean for pulling out a can of wasp repellent. No. Or a bug zapper. Turn that light back up. You know what happens when little buggies fly into the sun, don't you? Parasites. Create. Uncertainty. Self-trust. It's about navigation. Keeper of the harvest. Through these difficult situations, Austin. And having faith. They wanted to create confusion, rock the boat, so to speak. I can swim. I was just going to say, also have wings and I can fly. Solitude. It was protection. Keeper of waves. Right. I can swim. Relief, but there's help coming. Right. You shouldn't have to, though. You shouldn't have to keep dipping in and out of states of survival just to survive. No, they should get the fuck off my dick. Off my tits, off my back, off my ass, stay out of my face and my lane. Peace. Stop trying to disturb the peace and then getting mad when people punch you in the face in response. You wanna try to bully me? Bitch, I'll bully you back and teach you a lesson. I'll hold up a reflection to you and show you why you're not a very nice person to be around. You don't like you, do you? I can tell just by the way you tried to treat me. Or others. It's very telling. You're very readable. I forgive you for being a clown, but it doesn't fix what you did. And I won't forget reach. Reach. And hearing reach out, there's a divine connection coming through. Reciprocity, but it's mutual, it's balanced, and it's not one-sided. Contradiction, it's opposite of these toxic energies. Follow through, and this is somebody who will show up and be loyal. Prove to you that they're not like others, that you can trust them, not because it's not like they're looking to prove something. Like maybe yes, you know, that they are the person that they're claiming to be, but it's more about just showing up and being that person as well on levels. In one case that I'm picking up, in some cases at least. Expectation, boundaries, hold on. Tell me about this. Keeper of opportunity, yeah. There's a divine connection opening up. Keeper of time, focus, make sure you work on closing off any loose ends, risk, or anything that was keeping you stuck. Keeping you from being able to focus on this higher love. Including self-love, self-trust came out as well. There are roses on that card. Create. I feel like there are projects that Keeper of the harvest. Uncertainty. The masculine and feminine are or will be building and working on together. Anything else in spellcraft? They wanted people to be isolated. Turned it into alchemy though. It's bringing relief. It's bringing support. Become. Protection, nurturing. Innocent baby dear. Okay. Thank you. So what am I collective? Where's my collective focus on to heal? Power of place, calling in the spirit of place. Spirit of mountains, breast of the goddess. Fearless in conflict, the boar. Youthful champion, son of lights, divine masculine stepping up, his blade. Give me the edge of a blade and the dawn on a place. Water horses, magical encounters. Told you about the water spirit energy too. Mermaid. The trickster. Just talked April Fools. Happy April Fools. Not anymore. It's April 2nd now. They tried. They tried the trickster stuff, didn't they? Spellcraft and all that. Lord of the Animals. The Changeling. They wanted to swap places with people. It's a fairy reference, but they're counterfeits. Ancient wood. Fairies resonating with the trees, tree spirits, druids. Cutting down a tree, that's right. Oak, ancient wood, sacrifice. They were trying to cut down it's like our life force. How are they going to get a harvest if they cut tree, the base? Knowledge, that doesn't make very much sense. Not very smart. New moon, wisdoms of the heart, but there is a fresh start happening. Loss and replenishment of hope, exactly. Fairy winds, I told you. Harvest and overcoming these challenges. Working, I told you, Tuatha. Working with the light realm. They wanted to try to cause problems, the thorns. Dark energies. God of thunder and lightning. Immortality. Sovereignty. They came after a royal bloodline queen. Thank you. That was not smart. But I got you guys. God of the sun. Sun god. Right. I align with the highest source. Divinity. Balance. The light and the dark. Duality. Scepter of authority and choice. This guy has a pecker on him. I didn't notice that before. Truth-telling and prophecy. What did I just tell you? Right, like who? Like who? The Morgon. On the what card? Oh, the raven. The crows and the ravens. Yep. Oh, like little Bambi on the other card. Wild nature. Divine masculine coming through, though. For doe-eyed divine feminine. Seeing in all directions, healing the wounds of abandonment and loss of trust. The ancient ones working with the ancestors. The fairy hill, hidden world of Fae. I told you the Tuatha also. Hello. Oh! Little mermaid in me. Mermaids and silky. Intimacy with self, lapdog, the hound of the goddess. I told you. Hellhounds. Cow, inexhaustible supply. So they tried to either suck people dry or block people's blessings, but that's a no. Leprechauns, earth, right? Because we have luck on our side and they have bad karma. Except it's not luck, it's divine alignment, and there's a difference. But yeah, it does seem like luck when you're in divine alignment, doesn't it? Now, don't get me wrong. Sprinkle a bit of luck in there too, but no, it's divine alignment. Fairies of music, dance, and the performing arts, the merriment. Merriment. Merry in the morning. Atlantic, Mermaids. I heard it in my ears. Promise, wondrous child. So there's a healing of the inner child that's happening, and then also if there are any wounds in regards to children, like the stuff with my daughter, for example, that's being balanced back out. That'll depend on the situation for different people, but yeah, any situations where there were children being targeted. I did also pick up, I didn't even say this, but like a few weeks ago, I was picking up some of these dirty cops and people like that angry at me for whistleblowing and exposing them. And some of these people were, they were sending threats. And it was like, well, she's not gonna like it when we target her daughter, blah, 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 something like that. I'm like, you're not gonna do any such fucking thing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're trying to do. You're gonna leave her the fuck alone. Because you're being watched. I'm being told to be quiet. I actually got more downloads. I'm being called to be quiet about that right now. Okay, sacred sign. Somebody said, why? Because I'm not going to give them an escape route. And that's what speaking on this right now would do. Or have the potential to do. I'm not doing that. They'll figure it out the hard way. It'll just be too late since they wanted to do the wrong thing. They'll figure it out. It's just, there'll be nothing they can do to get out of it. Bards, the storytelling. I had some things to share with you tonight. Source, but it came from a divine source. Even the speak up cards kept coming out again. I knew I'd have some whistleblowing to do. Tirananog, blessed isles to the west. The sacred signs. Okay. Moving to new territory after clearing through these. Oh, that's right. Toxic vines. You know what? I just got a flash of Harry Potter. What are those called? Those thorny things, like the thickets. But if you're anxious or you're worried or you're panicking or you fight to get out of it, they start to strangle you and like choke you out harder. But if you relax, they'll just kind of like let you pass through them and really remove you from the midst of them. Safe passage, right? But try to relax, because even though it seems like an uncertain journey and like you don't exactly know how things are going to play out right now, God does. Just focus on what you can focus on and know that the divine has your best interest at heart. These people who have had not our best interest at hearts, the reason they're upset is because that's backfiring on them. God, I just pulled the deck again. God saw everything. Everything they thought they covered up or got away with, bards came out. Storytelling, no. Wondrous child, no. All the targeting of children, no. Especially for fun, they were gaining merriment. They were getting pleasure out of it, or money. Earth, leprechauns, no. It backfired. It's backfiring. The banishing of snakes is behind that. It's fine. Loss and replenishment of hope. Don't give up. They're fear tactics. The devil wants people to feel blind, feel disconnected, so that they forfeit or they make the wrong moves. They make poor choices, something that doesn't align with them. No. Anything else? Returning to source, renewal. It's about healing. God has your best interest at heart. God sees everything that's going on. It'll make it easy for people to hurt us. I'm not giving them a blueprint to my escape plan, nor am I giving them an access and like an emergency exit out of their karma. Nope. I will not interrupt their karma. Tell me about if they were messing with people's money also. The recommendation is exercise to increase your manifestations and energy, donations, tithing, and charitable work. So same way that I made a point to try to just come and tap in and make sure everybody's all right. But also, like, spring cleaning, if you're doing any spring cleaning, and donate things that you don't need. This can help clear energy and space so that you have room for organizing for success. Whatever lifestyle or whatever you've been working towards to manifest in, whether this be partner or it's like maybe if it's just upgrading your wardrobe, but you don't need to keep all the stuff that doesn't fit you, that you don't wear anymore, that you don't like anymore, that has holes in it, you've worn it out, if you've outgrown it, whether it be just like in style or size, I don't know, whatever. It's fine. Pay yourself first. Make sure to take care of yourself. Like, nourish yourself and properly provide for yourself. Face your financial fears. No more complaining. And moonlighting, as well as unlimited ideas came out, and one more, dreams of abundance. So the divine will help with inspired ideas on how to shift and build or elevate, especially in not just but also including in career or partnership. I'm picking up. This could even be a divine partnership. But unlimited ideas it's like these karmics are not creative, which is why they're trying to steal ideas off of us. But I just tap into the divine. Some of these people think, well, fine, since you get all these ideas from the divine, then you're not going to hurt if I take things from you. But that's the thing, is they become addicted to it. So it's constant, and they're constant parasites. It's not just once. They build a whole thing off people, first of all, or try to. Second of all, no. If God wanted you to have those things, you would have those things. But you're an evil, nasty, thieving little rat. So you don't have divine gifts and connection that way. They're not for you. Resultantly, that's why you get karma. And subsequently, as a result of all of that, God watches and sees everything that you're doing and everything that you've done, which is why you get karma. It's not coming from me. It's not coming from me. God told me about it, and so I'm telling you. But you get more karma for trying to shoot the messenger. I also noticed the let go of guilt. One of the copycat fake readers who calls herself Hermit, her shit popped up on my page again as well. Because she's been steady stalking. It was yesterday or the day before, but I noticed. I just dismissed it. But it means that they're desperate enough to try. Curious to see what's going on. Had to come and lurk because they're fraudulent. There's no gift there. Unwanted. Does another place or when to mind their business. See that deck? Hold on. Windfall of abundance, but God sees it. So this is about, I picked up something about this today also. Like some of these people, oh, everything's so, you just stay at home and you do this and you do that. Do you know what I did to build my business? I worked multiple jobs for other people while I was building my own business, and then eventually my bosses became clients. My bosses at my other jobs became clients at my self-employment, and I did better working for myself than I did for other people because that was my purpose. My bosses were getting ready to retire at some point anyway, and they knew I could pay myself better than they could pay me at that point. And then I launched multiple of my own businesses, multiples, and worked them all.
only to be severely targeted and then injured as a result by convicted criminals and abusers. It's felons in some cases. Very dangerous, dirty people. Who even went so far as to file fraud to funnel money straight out of my bank account. Yeah. And so they want to compete where they'll never compare. They want to try to pretend to be us or copy me or this, whatever this is or that is, copy the externals. But the thing about that is you're doing things that I would never do to try to get to where I am. And you cannot get to where I am, not spiritually, not ethically. You can't be me by doing those things. And the reality is they can't be. I'm not replaceable. They don't call me the goddess of 10,000 names for nothing. I've been here many, many times in many, many lives. Many, many lives. And as a past life regressionist, I can tell you about them. It's not about the external. It never was. There's no way to destiny swap that comes from experience in this life and others. You get bad karma for trying. It's like claiming that you are qualified to go be put on the front line in the battlefield because you think it sounds like a cool job or it looks easy when I do it. Till you realize it's not. It comes with battle scars and training that you could not survive. They think it looks so peachy and easy. You just have everything. I built it that way. I worked 3 jobs for other people while building my own, and then I worked multiple of my own. Only for people to be so jealous, they decided to try to tear it down repeatedly. I've got no roots in my home. No. God is your source. Employment change. Obstacles are lifted and released. I'm getting a download too. It's about this copycat, fake reader, karmic. If people did have gifts, they're being stripped or they've been stripped because they were abusing them and doing shit like that, which is not spiritual practitioner shit. That's fraud. Look, there's another one. Old crazy copycats lurking into subsequently. What is that? The end of a cycle is coming. You're on the right path to peace and harmony. I saw 222 earlier as well. I told you the universe and God is handling it right now, so pay attention and see what needs to be done. Next, psychic vampire. They eat at everything and drain everyone around them. I told you. It's just a constant thing, a constant drain. They're running in demon energy on demon time and trying to steal other people's blessings because they're jealous that other people have divine blessings, but they don't do things that are divine. They're being demonic. And then wondering why God's not gifting them. Deliberately trying to disrespect and mock the divine in some cases, but then wondering why the divine doesn't bless them. Jealous of and trying to compete with actually anointed beings who are listening and following the divine path, and then wondering why they don't get the same outcome, why they're catching karma instead. Getting mad at us, throwing spell work or evil eye attacks, and then getting mad when they get more karma. Gee, I wonder why. Except I don't. That was facetious sarcasm. I know why, and you should too. Hard head, soft ass. Everything falls into place. They're fake. Someone is doing you wrong. Fake. They're fake. I told you. Guardians are by your side to assist you. 333. I also saw that today. And 444. Things slowed down for a reason. It's giving us the time to recalibrate. Negative attitude, they stay in a low vibrational energy. Doing spells on your love life to control you. I told you. Trying to point you in the wrong direction. Told you, especially in love. Like either towards yourself or others. No. Send love and light and it will just like if you just there's shadows. So what happens if you expose a shadow to light? Send out a big beam of protective light to yourself and just to encase like the sunlight, encase everything around you. What happens to the shadows? Scurry and die. Send love and light. It will disrupt their whole world because they're used to negativity. The best revenge is no revenge. Move on respectfully. Some of these people want clout, so they're just not even worth the time and energy. Especially when they want that. Because when it gets to the point where these people, if their names are mentioned, it's in the midst of all of the damage they've been doing or crimes they've been committing, and they don't want their name involved in that mix. They wanted people to believe the false reputation that they built for themselves, but they don't want their name involved with the crimes they committed and the offenses they made towards other people. They have evil deities doing work for them, or they're possessed like the body jumping demons I mentioned earlier. Messy. They want to throw hands with you but won't make a move. And then overactive root, closed-minded, it's their way or no way. And so they think they're right for doing this, or they don't really care that they're wrong, and they just want to bully and get the outcome that they want because they're, seems like narcissism to me. Financial loss, they're going to take unexpected money losses from their intentions. Expect the unexpected. Tower, for being vampires, it's backfiring on them. Dirty work, it's backfiring on them. Trying to focus on you to figure out your life, it's backfiring on them. They should have minded their business. Told you. You have the drive and motivation they're looking for. Yeah, well, I'm jealous of that person because they've got the drive and motivation to actually accomplish shit in their life, and they've been building all this stuff, and they're creative, and so maybe if I just take some of their ideas. No, stealing from me was never going to make you motivated and successful. It certainly wasn't going to put you in my spot, let you wear my shoes. I'm like, bitch, you're delusional. What do you mean? You were confused. Confused. Fake pressed. They can't stop thinking about you. The end of a cycle's coming. Anything else? You're being blessed with a new beginning. They'll do anything to get their way. Damaged. They have major holes in their aura. Stank ass energy, always reeking of evil. What's up, Kay? Go take a bath, bitch. Pretends to be someone they're not. Fake image, told you. They wanted people to believe their fabricated reputation. Big mad bitch. Fake. They'll move on to the next person to badmouth and become obsessed with. They're trying to follow a group of they're trying to form a group of followers through, or friends rather, through drama and negativity, but your ears ringing also came out. You'll be getting downloads on them. I will. I saw another deck though. Hold on, one more. Might as well put this away while I'm here. Yep, there's a karmic who was just trying to hee hee ha ha, like petulant, combative. Now they're panicking, screaming, angry, tantruming. It's a disturbance in the force when the energy shifts. They're trying to, be all up in my field. I notice, suddenly noticing the wind blow, somebody knocking on your door. What do you mean? How do I not notice that? It's just there to read. It's your basic. Easy to read, easy to see through. Clarity will become obvious to the eyes, exactly. Blessed, let it flow and let it go. Repel that bitch. They're sending harm, freeze them. The fog will soon vanish. They're big mad, that came out twice. Your eyes are a reflection of your spirit. It will pass. They're in low vibes. I am guarded. What's this? Evil eyes don't blink. May have to watch your back. Yeah, see, I told you. They just can't stop. They're not going to wake up tomorrow and just like, or they haven't. That's not been their thing. Just stop being like for me, like once I say what I need to say, I move on. These people don't. They still hold a grudge and they still up their ego with little panties in the bunch, and they come back and they watch, and then they get mad at the truth that's told, or that we're just moved on and we don't give a fuck about them. So they get all upset and they want to stir the pot, and every time it's the same thing. We move on, we don't give a fuck, and they keep coming back because they're pressed. To the point that it keeps coming up on the table because they just won't stop knocking on my front door, so to speak, energetically speaking. It's right there. Do you not realize you've got a spiritual fingerprint and signature? Yours is fucking foul, bitch. Vile. Ruthlessly ugly. Just like the rest of you. And your spirit, which is why your boyfriend's leaving you. Or will be. Saw that. Karma has them now. They're offering to send evil entities your way. You still think calling on dark demons and shit is a good idea? Oh, honey. That's what got you into this pickle. You are one. Or you called on them. And let them influence you. Or you were running in such evil energy. You were just an open car. You were just an open SUV with the keys in the ignition, waiting for a demon to hop in to take a joyride. Or you gave them the keys yourself. But either way, you fucked up. Okay. Anything else? Somebody's upset. I do have 2 cats. Oh, sweet dreams, Austin. I'm going to get some sleep in a bit. Just a minute. Gotta be up in a handful of hours. For an appointment, though. So I'll get some sleep. Go to that. Take care of some things. Maybe take a nap. Okay, that's a good idea. So one more thing really quickly. Just wanted to touch on these energies. Tell me about these people. Karmics. Right there. Sacrifice. They tried to take people out. Envious gluttony out of envy, dude, but it backfired. Aww. And now everybody can see and smell and notice the stank-ass energy that they put off, and the fact that some of them don't bathe, self-admittedly. Can't relate. Sacrifice backfired. Because, bitch, I'm battle ready and full of armor. Envious gluttony. Wolves and wolf suits, really, not even sheep's clothing. But yeah. And they stink. And then it comes out of them is darkness. It's ugly. And rotten. Forgetting oneself, that's right. Wow. I made up the story that I stole from you when I was a child. The child that was meant to be in reverse. I want the life you have, so I'm going to claim that you stole it from me. Because I made it up when I was a child, even though I didn't start putting it on the internet until I stole it from you first. Bitch, what? 402, but timestamps. Triumph of lies in reverse. She thought lying her way through the situation would be successful. That's what I'm picking up in this. It's just coming. It's what's coming across the table. Bored. Forgetting oneself. But when you wear a mask, you try to put somebody else's face on. Sometimes they do. It's a personality disordered thing. Like they start adopting someone else's personality and trying to compete with the person that they started copying, to the point where they forget that the person they're copying is not who they really are. It's just a mask, an outfit, a dress up cosplay of someone else that they decided to put on for a minute. All right? It's not who they are. But they lose themselves in the character that they're trying to mimic off of someone's real life. And they forget that that's not who they really are. It's not who they ever were. So they get mad and they get jealous of the person they're competing with. In some cases, they do delude and gaslight themselves into thinking that the person they're copying is copying them. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Parasite. Yeah, they can't do that anymore. It's being blocked. Told you, like a bug zapper. Sweet dreams. No, you're good, Austin. Make sure to hydrate though too, please. Told you, bride in a cage. Hiding her true self. Aw, in reverse. Aw, she got exposed. Aw. Aw, it's a breakup. Aw. People see you for who you really are. You big ass walking red flag. Aw. Aw. You stink. Go brush your teeth and wash your ass. Wash your ass, bitch. First and foremost. Secondarily, addicted. Stop stalking me. Tripping on hallucinogenics. Cigarette burnt your finger 'cause you lit it. Anger in chains. Yeah, that backfired, didn't it? See, they try to rage bait people because they think it's funny. They think it's some kind of combative thing. No. No. We just don't like you because you're immature and annoying. And toxic. You're a bum. And you break the law. And you thought it was okay. You thought so highly of yourself that you thought you were above the law. And you were stupid enough to obviously either not know it or think you were smart enough to get away with it, and you're not. Obsession. But I know that you stalk me and you watch me every day, you fucking freak. Psycho. Alone in the world. Which is why you end up alone in the end, stripped bare naked, and I don't mind being in the company of myself because I'm actually a whole ass good vibe, which is why these losers tried to copy it. Didn't they? Because I'm the blueprint, aren't I? Except you can never be me. I'm patented. I am divinely patented. I am spiritually patented. There's one. Just me. Cheers. Forgetting oneself. Yeah, I didn't forget who you were. Let me help remind you. Cranky little bitch. Stop right there. It's fun. Child I was meant to be. Revenge tactic in reverse, though. People see her for the petulant adult that she is. Today for tomorrow. So all the things she did before to try to make gains for the future are presently kicking her ass and coming back to her. It's all being reflected back like a broken mirror now. Addicted and artificial heart. And so they try to play the victim or claim that they're the ones being hurt or that they're these nice people and they care, which really it's just when they're grooming, trying to groom people, kids even. It's all coming back to an hour. Heard. It's all coming back to me now.
What did this girl, this one stole, violated federal laws, and targeted kids at the same time. All in the same mix, for starters. So, pedophile, thief, unoriginal, liar, fraud. Yeah, E was right. I won't cry for you. Which is why nobody gives a fuck or feels bad. Not for her. Not for people like that. Not for them. But not for her. Crazy K. I won't cry for you. Won't cry tears of gold for you. Stole my inheritance in my diamond. Kidnapped my only daughter. My heart is rich because of me. Frey. Let's do one more shuffle. Anything else you want to tell me? Hi, how are you? Addicted. They're just addicted. Addicted to what? Disturbing the peace of somebody who's genuinely just authentic. No hiding a bare all nudity. This is everything that comes with celebrity. I know a Gemini can be confusing. Split right down the middle like there's two of me. No hiding a bare all nudity. It's just talking about being transparent. Anything else? Triumph of lies in reverse. The backfired. Okay? Okay. Okay. Sometimes, but not right now. Getting ready to head out. Not that one. This one. Witchcraft. Okay, this one is more about like manifesting. Oops, that's a book. What do you want my light workers to focus on? A hope jar. They tried to crush our hopes, but focus on the manifesting, focus on the goals, focus on your dreams, bubble power. My wishes float easily out into the world. And then bake magic cookies. I can give good things to myself and others. Yes, with discernment though, remembering that not everybody deserves your cookies. I used to make the shitty neighbor cookies before she karmically got booted out. And she decided to gang up on me with a domestic abuser and then put security cameras up to illegally survey me through my fucking windows. Whoops, not my whoops. The Bar Harbor police let that happen, allowed that to happen. You know why? Because they've been stalking me. With the criminals they've been helping. Except it didn't work out well for her. That's the one that put my cat in the vet, and then her cat died, and then she tried to stir the pot and cause conflict between my mother and I by calling her on the busiest day of work and lying to her and causing, like, as if I was a child and not a 33-year-old woman. And then her mom died. I mean, like, bitch, the fucking backfires. I warned you. And I also picked up I think it was one of the BHPD officers actually today, one of the people involved in that group at least. And they were like, they were panicking because they were realizing she said this was going to happen. Something popped off. She warned us this was going to happen, and I thought she was bluffing, or I thought she was just running her mouth, or no, I was prophesizing, and you decided to dismiss the prophet. The prophetess. You decided to dismiss the prophecy. And it came true. You decided to be disrespectful to God's voice box.
to the vessel of the divine. And you thought that would end up well for you. Girl, boy, please. Bye. Thank you very much. Don't do it again. This is a general. Just picking at whatever's in the energy. Unfortunately, it's been some specific people, but they're just baseline narcissists, so take what you will from it. Animals are my friends. I am kind and loving to them. Send a letter to the universe. The world loves me. I am grateful and blessed. Anything else you want us to focus on, God? The magic starts with me. They thought they were slick. No. Kitsune. No more after this, I heard. I'm flowing with the seasons, right, as spring is shifting through. And I share my world with animals, which I have all kinds of strengths. Right, lion, the lioness, kitty mama. Roar. The moon shows me patience. I can let go of what I no longer need. I am enough. I am loved and protected, and I am made from the stuff of stars, and I matter. Wish upon a star. What's the root energy? I'm flowing with the seasons. Create a spiral. It's crowning energy. Every day things get better. Every day things get better. What I want wants me. Do a bit of sleep Reiki. One for pleasant dreams. One for safety and sovereignty coming through. Maybe we'll come back tomorrow and do some soul contract retrieval, or like soul fragment retrieval rather. I have some past life stuff to do as well. Here's some shields. I sure will. I'm gonna pack one more bowl for the road. So to speak. Need another little grinder. I would take an edible too, but I'm gonna oversleep. I'm tired right now, so I could probably go to sleep. without it. Somebody says why? Because I have an appointment in the morning I have to get to. And I stayed up a little bit longer than I planned to, which is fine. But I have to get up to make that appointment. Which is fine. It's a good one. It'll be great. I'll feel much better. Usually after that particular appointment though, because based on what it is, it's a healing appointment. I end up needing a nap anyway. It's part of the protocol and it's good for me actually. So I'll probably do that. It's not a big deal. Not tomorrow. Getting everything re-regulated, it's alright. Got a game plan. And I always feel much better after this appointment. Don't worry about it. Thank you. I heard that somebody said, well, if you didn't have the appointment, yeah, I would take the edible and sleep in longer, but I just already know. It's a sleep gummy. And I take it now, I'm not gonna want to get up. So I'll adjust. Yeah, I'll be fine. How's it gonna? Can I tell you a sleep trick? It's called the 4-7-8 method. You can use it while you're awake also to calm anxiety, I heard, but when you sleep, you go to lay down and you take a breath in for 4 seconds and you hold it for 7 seconds, which feels like a long time. It almost feels like you're going to run out of oxygen, but you won't. And then you breathe out for 8, which again, feels like a long time. But what you're doing is actually mimicking the pattern that your body naturally breathes in when you're in a deep sleep state. You're just forcing your body to do it while you're awake. When you're in a deep sleep, you tend to take deeper, longer breaths instead of shallower, shorter breaths. And when you do this, when you start mimicking how your body would naturally breathe in the sleep pattern, it actually tricks your brain into thinking that you're sleeping. So it will start to kick out the natural chemicals of stress. It will remove and release and start pushing out any stress chemicals and such, anything keeping you awake, cortisol, and it will start triggering the natural production of melatonin in your brain. So it will start stimulating sleep chemicals immediately. Takes focus. Yeah, it does. But if you lay down and get comfortable, turn the lights out. The first time I ever did that technique, I was out in, I remember doing 1 4 7 8 sequence. And then I woke up the next day. Like I did 1 breath rotation and then I was out. That was it. And I woke up the next day. I only ever remember doing it like 2, maybe 3 times, once in a blue moon tops, but like usually no more than twice, 2 cycles, 4 7 8 4 7 8, and then I wake up the next day. So it does work. I don't know how to put myself out. learned that many years ago. Taught myself that, and then also it's when I started lucid dreaming too. Largely. Navigation. You're very welcome. I'm sleepy too. I'm so ready for bed. Excited though. I mean, they put us through, what was it, Anakin I think said, spiritual warfare, under spiritual warfare. That's what it's been. I notice a lot of people have been dealing with it. They came for me too. But no more. We heal. We clear through it. Eventually it stops, and eventually they get ultimate karmic consequence they cannot get out of, and they don't even have the space at that point to target people anymore. They don't have the energy, they don't have the resources, they don't, I'd say, sit on your hands, but in some cases God just, whether energetically speaking or otherwise, cuts them clean off. As far as the thievery goes, like, these people are lucky also that we're not in a country that, for example, Sharia law is currently structured and set up, because the penalty for stealing in places like that is they actually cut people's hands off so that they can't steal anything anymore. Now, they can't do other things in life either with one or no hands, but the thought process is they can't steal anymore either with no fingers. So some of these crazy people are lucky that we're in America and not overseas, but not lucky enough to avoid federal consequences and felony charges for a number of them. Cheers. Yeah, that's vile. I still cringe about that. When I was in school, they had us read a book about that. It was this woman who came out with a whole book. I think she was in Africa or Sudan or something like that. And yeah, that's what they were doing. And they do it with no anesthesia. And it creates all kinds of, a host of problems. Can't properly get a flow monthly. They can't, which is painful. Can get infections and all kinds of stuff. And then on their wedding day, the man is supposed to literally just take a knife and, like, what the fuck? Vile and painful, foul. They mutilate people. It's fucking disgusting. And I know that's a real thing, but I think if the story came out where that woman was said to have actually faked her, that was the claim anyway, she faked what she went through. Like, she claimed that was her story, but it's not, she didn't actually, she didn't actually go through it. Plenty of people do, though. Something doesn't happen, I think it didn't happen to her. But let's see if I can find that. I don't even remember what that was. Yeah, okay. I don't, this might be the book. Yeah, it says Africa. This sounds like it. Sounds like it from the title. The book likely referred to as Infidel. This is from 2007. She's been accused of fabricating key parts of her story regarding her flight from Africa and her experiences with forced marriage and female genital mutilation to gain asylum
in the Netherlands. So it's according to this, she was accused of lying about what she went through because claiming that she was his victim. I see where the parallel is. Claiming she was his victim opened her up to having opportunity for some kind of benefits. If people thought she was a victim, they wanted to reach out and help her and give her things, or give her opportunities, or whatever the case may be, like elevate or upgrade her in whatever level. So yeah, I guess she wanted to move. But we see that. We see people have been lying because it makes them kind of they're gaining something from it. Not attention, or even just like the pleasure of trying to mess with somebody's life, like taking pleasure out of creating chaos, then some kind of personal gain on the other side of it. Money, attention, whatever, status, whatever. It's clout. Clout chasers. Evil. Yeah, I agree. So that's the type of situation in person that's coming to a head right now. Those are the things and the types of people between dirty cops and all of it. It's all crumbling. I warned them that this Mercury retrograde would be a doozy, and I heard that. I thought you were bluffing. No, they bluff, so they assume that I do. Or because I've made certain warnings before, and either enough time passed where they thought that I was just bluffing, or they were safe or something, or they thought maybe I wouldn't make good on the warning, like I wouldn't actually do whatever I needed to do to handle the situation. I was just like trying to threaten them or something. No, of course they'd think that. That's what they try to do to other people, intimidate people into submission. So of course you think when someone's setting a healthy boundary and warning you to stop trying to threaten them, you think you're being threatened, you delusional nitwit. Come on now. Are you crazy? Are you really that psychotic and just frankly lacking such a degree of common sense? Had to F around and find out what's right. Anyway, God said you won't have to worry about it for much. You won't have to worry about it at all. You don't have to deal with it for much longer. It's being dealt with. They're being dealt with. They're being moved out of your way once and for all. Some of them in a prison cell. I see a psych ward though. Some of them might end up in a psych ward. Not all of them though. Most of them will end up in prison or dead. Not because I wish that, but there's the death prophecy on their heads. Remember though, that's what they wanted for us, some of us. So that's just the backfire and the ricochet. Cheers. Imagine thinking you're going to chase me around and bully me, even in my own home or to my own home, not expecting Sky Daddy to be waiting on the front porch in a rocking chair with a shotgun. Well, he was. He is. Sky Daddy. Remember that I'm an ominist. Oh, I don't believe in God and Jesus. Okay, well, some people call it the universe. Some people call it spirit. I have many names for it. Most High, on high. Well, the triple goddesses. Yeah, okay, that's the Trinity. Mother, Maiden, Crone. Mother, Maiden, Sage is the equivalent of the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. It's no different, bitch. Yes, it is. No, bitch, no. That's why there are 3 main gods and 3 main goddesses in Hinduism, but they're not separate, right? The 3 together, it's still the one unity of God. Universe, universal law.
you have the three main gods and the three main goddesses, but it's still masculine and feminine polarity, so it's like yin and yang. That's Asian culture crossover right there. But then there's Isis and Osiris and the Egyptian version of the devil, which is Set, who was so jealous he tried to murder his own brother because he wanted Isis for himself. No. It's Christ consciousness. Most religions have some form of, they might not call it Christ consciousness, but that's what it is at the breakdown. And it's not about Jesus as a whole, because Egyptian came before Jesus, but their stories parallel. The murder, the resurrection, the birth of the son. But it came before Jesus. Jesus was just another incarnation. That was not the Jesus' first life. So yeah, God and Jesus, but also Aminism. See the same truth in every religion, really. There's a dark and a light and a balance point. Battles, but also love. People who argue one is right and the other is wrong, or they're just seeing one side and one angle. No, I'm right. No, you're on chapter 1. And obviously aren't equipped to finish the book or read it. There's a karmic. I'm not talking about a physical book, bitch. I'm talking spiritual and metaphorical. And you failed. Failed that test and lesson. I mean, look, you couldn't even tell what I was talking about. You couldn't even discern a physical reference from a metaphor or an analogy. So really, how tapped in and how smart are you? Not very. I thought that was pretty cut and dry. Right, heard, because it was. Yeah, they're just dumb. But if you think you could be me, beat me, or compete with me, bitch, please. You could never. So you tried, though. I think Damien's asleep. I do need a vacation. Sweet dreams, Damien. I think Bobby might have wanted a reading. I don't know if Bobby's here still, but check back in. Not tonight, another time. Soon, and I can help. I've been dealing with a lot, getting it done. I had to compartmentalize my energy. It's coming out in the readings, like prioritize, focus. Eventually it'll all be done, but make sure to get the top stuff done first, because it clears out situations and people that were causing problems, so they can't be there anymore. That way all that extra time and energy that they were trying to suck dry like vampires goes back into being invested into other things, more appropriate things that they can't access or try to siphon from. And a couple more I's to cross and I's to dot rather, and T's to cross that I've been working on. Most of it I got done. But I had a couple of other projects to finish up, so I'm going to pick those up and do that. ditch my laundry before bed, wash my face, brush my teeth, and send you guys to dreamland. Please remember to pray. Thanks for being here. Do no harm. Take no crap. And I'll catch you in the next one. Blessings. Cheers. And namaste. Thank you. I appreciate my vibe tribe. Speaking of good head on my shoulders, I have EMDR tomorrow, and that always helps it. I love you guys. Take good care. Bless you. And I believe I'll be back tomorrow, so feel free to catch me then. After a good appointment tomorrow morning. And maybe a good nap. Probably a nice bath. A salty one like a mermaid. I love you.